I recorded this episode many weeks ago, and while listening to it again, before the release, I was wondering how to introduce Siddhartha Basu. I know him from the iconic 80s show Quiz Time. One of my friends, a leader of industry today, says it shaped his whole life. Others might know him from his other television work, including the also iconic Kaun Banega Crorepati, as well as Jhalak Dikhla Ja, Das Ka Dam, Sach Ka Samna, and many, many others. Or you might know him as an entertainment entrepreneur. But really, all these are happy accidents that he was smart enough to capitalize on. More than anything else, I realized Siddhartha Basu is a man of theatre. Theatre has been his lifelong passion, almost his first love. So in that sense, this is biographical fact. But I also mean it as a metaphor. Theatre is that art form that not only engages with the world, but unfolds in real time in the middle of it. Writers, poets, and painters can be solitary creatures. And while filmmaking requires large teams, films are seen well after they are made and can be a solitary activity for the viewer. But plays unfold before a live audience, and actors are surrounded by the people they attempt to depict. They can hear the laughter, they can see the eyes stare up. And if I may extend this as a metaphor to the business of living, Siddhartha Basu has been an actor in this world. I met him for the first time while recording this episode, and I was struck by and envious of the tremendous energy he has at the age of 70. This is a man who is alive in every moment, who is intentional about everything he does, who is still excited and animated and sometimes deeply concerned by all that is in the world around him. A friend of mine likes to say life should not be a spectator sport. Siddharth is a doer on the stage, not a watcher in the audience. This explains his remarkable life, and this is also why you will enjoy this conversation.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Siddhartha Basu, a beloved figure among quizzers everywhere for being the man behind Quiz Time, Mastermind India, University Challenge, and Kaun Banega Crorepati. He built a career in television, producing many iconic shows. He's acted in movies and now has a lively YouTube channel. But he began in theatre and he's loved art and literature all his life. In this conversation, we chatted about the India he grew up in, how that became the India we live in now, his time in theatre where he was an early associate of the legendary Barry John, and all that he has learnt in his eventful life. Despite being a quizzer myself, I was never in the fortunate position of taking questions from Siddhartha Basu. So what a pleasure it was to ask him questions for a few hours. This is how we turn the tables. Aap nahi puchenge to hum puchenge. Before we get to the conversation though, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Siddharth, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Hi, good to be with you, Amit.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I almost accidentally called you Babu because that's how you're known, and we have so many mutual friends who'll keep referring to you as Babu did this, Babu did that. I was just chatting with Joy Bhattacharya, who's known you for the longest time, since 1988, since he was a quarterfinalist on Quiz Time, and we were chatting about you, and all our mutual friends have so much affection for you. So I'm
fortunate.
I don't think so. So let me start with a sort of an unusual question. Let's do a thought experiment, right? Let's say that at the time you were born, the world splits into 10 parallel universes, right? In one of them, you are who you are. You've had the same arc, the arc we will explore at length later in this podcast, and your journey in quizzing, in television, all of that, and a little bit in theatre. But in the other 9 parallel universes, where do you think Siddhartha Basu is likely to end up? Like, are you a theatre doyen in one of them? Are you a renowned writer in one of them? What's going going on in those kind of worlds, because you look at one path taken and you think that it like the past with the hindsight bias always seems inevitable, कि ऐसा तो होना ही था. But actually every life is a massive set of possibilities, and with every second those get constrained with every decision and every accident. So just muse for a bit about what are the other Siddharth Basus like.
As a kid, I was the youngest of three siblings. My older sister, Jayanti, Daknam Babuli, she's 9 years older. The other one, Arundhati, Tubla, Choddi to me, is about 4 years older. So as a kid, I had an overactive imagination. So I wanted to do many things, and I'll come to some of the other things that I could have done. One is I would love to, like a lot of kids, have been an engine driver. And then one is to read comics. So then you see yourself in all these Superman avatars and all the rest of it. Then my father had rehabilitated a guy who used to drive for us and clean for us, and who was very fond of me particularly, was very, had undulating moods. So everybody used to be wary of him, but he was very fond of me. If I got sort of yelled at or, chastised, he would take me for little lozenges and things like that. So for me, he was a much-loved character called Anthony. So once I went to a family wedding as a 4 or 5-year-old, and I was asked who I was, and I said I was Anthony. So the negative capability of wanting to be different people at different times I've had. My mother, among other things, was a devout Ramakrishna Mission Bhakt. And Swami Vivekanand was huge for her, and she was a very good singer. One side of her would have really liked it, I think, if I'd taken the route of monkhood. And there was a certain period of my boyhood where people thought I was going in that direction. So that is one side of me which has been there. I used to write, I used to fantasize. I used to want to be a football player at one stage, and the huge names at that time was a Muhammad Shafi and a Shafi, and I used to change my names and sign as, and I used to think what Zafar sounded good to me and sort of quite magical. Sometimes a Shafiq, and I used to practice the signature. I was about 10 years old at that time. So, and that's one of the things that leads you to become an actor, wanting to be an actor, and that's one of the things that led me to theater too, because you can be so many different people. And if you have the negative capability to get into somebody else's shoes and minds, you can try and be that person. And if you perform well, I'm not talking about stars, I'm talking about actors who, get into character, who get into the skin of other people. And I've played very different kind of characters in theater, on stage. So that's one of the things I think has been in my head. I have also looked at the quiz shows that I've done as drama by other means, because stagecraft is part of it, and how it's mounted. And it's the drama of competition. On something like Convener Crorepati, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's the drama of dilemma too. And it's about storytelling and how it comes across. I think theater and the theatrical imagination and has played a lot to do with what I wanted to do. But to try and address what you were asking me in parallel universes, what I would have liked to do, I never planned. Nobody would have planned at the stage that I was growing up. I was born at the very fag end of 54, 28 December, which is virtually 55. At that stage, if you were a baby boomer and you were growing up, where was the question of wanting to be a quizmaster or becoming a television show producer? Because there's no television in the country. There was no question of, people doing that kind of thing. That was not on the horizon at all. That was happenstance. That was accident, as it were, how it happened. And one of the books that had a huge influence during my master's course in literature was Middlemarch by George Eliot. And we had a wonderful teacher, Professor Ian Cole, who was head of department at that stage, who happens to be my wife's uncle. At that time, I didn't know that I was going, that was happening. But who's to make the connections between life, society, philosophy come together so beautifully in Middlemarch. It's about, of course, in the 19th century, this group of people who have such ideas in their minds. But the course of things is decided not like necessarily by big decisions, but by little decisions. Somebody who in the medical field, in healthcare, wants to do something really ambitious. The little things, decisions for the sake of conveniences, pragmatism, etc., leads in a particular direction. So the path that I've taken, which has become my career by happenstance, is really a combination of factors. It was not conscious at all. I would have loved to make a livelihood of theatre. I don't believe there's a livelihood even today in that field. My father was in a salaried job all his life, so it's not as if there was khandani paisa to, pursue whatever pursuits you had. I tried very hard, to actually sort of do plays, workshops, direct, and lived through very exciting times in theatre, but it didn't happen. I thought, let me teach myself film craft. And that was in 16mm black and white, which for 8 years making documentaries with a very interesting group of people on very limited genre, but even so. And then I took on a white collar job to be able to marry. I needed, the validation of that or whatever it is. I was with Taj Group called a cultural attaché, which in the hotel they used to say, "Bhai, attaché ko bulao." You know how it is. And that happened. And then in the middle of that, I used to MC by default. And because of the stage experience and everything like that, somebody then said, "Hey, here's a show we want you to introduce." And that opened up doors which I never thought were there to be opened.
What other possible roads were there? Like, for example, we'll talk about Quiz Time, Aka Safecracker before it became Quiz Time later. But what other sort of directions? Like, okay, let me rephrase that. You mentioned that as a kid you would do exactly what I did, but not many of my guests agree to it, confess to doing the same when they were kids, because I imagine everyone daydreams all the time.
Yes.
Right. So I would also have wild daydreams ki I'm winning the Cricket World Cup for India, ya football mein ye ho raha hai, etc., etc. So my question to you today is that what do you daydream about now, and are there any daydreams which have been persistent through your life? Just as a harmless daydream, like when you are 10, it's every daydream is a possibility in some way.
Yes.
When you're 50, 60, 70, the daydreams aren't possibilities, but they are pleasant habits. So they take you into that comfort zone of whatever reverie they inspire. So, what are those? What is your sort of... Because in those daydreams, those parallel universe Siddharths are floating around, right?
I think I used to daydream much more vividly as a kid, as a young kid. Youngest days, here in what was then Bombay, now Mumbai, in Khar and Madhu Park, we used to live in 5 flats, Gujaratis, Marathis, and it was too busy to do many things. Comic books, that was my world. But in Delhi, when we moved there, it was much more isolated, and one used to just literally think of some and really very vivid daydreams. That was my big thing. But today, if I daydream at all, they're preoccupations. When we used to run a company at one stage in Mumbai, when we were doing the big ticket shows and all the rest of it, the typical unit strength would be 300, 350 people and so on and so forth. And many people who've been with you for the longest time, you're so preoccupied with, hey, how am I going to keep it going? And if, like me, you've never been really a business person so much as a self-employed professional, thinking, how do I keep it going? And if you're serious about your obligation of people who have supported you in various capacities doing your work, and you're thinking about going, there's not that much time to daydream except in the sphere of the work. How are you going to do this project differently? How is it going to work? It happens like that. At this time, if I daydream with the way things are in our country, the way things are in the world, and the way it's not just for, how should I say, just for myself. I think of people of my children's age. They are mid-30s going on 40. I think of the coming generation. I think even for ourselves, which is myself and my wife, what is the place? I would love to be in a community of like-minded people, of, who share common interests, but who also want to further certain community goals and to do it in a certain way. And I keep wondering where that is, and I imagine where it is. The last, how should I say it, idealistic foray was my good friend and classmate from college, Arun Kapoor, who is transforming education in Bhutan. And as he's launching something called the Bhutan Baccalaureate, he's set up on a 300-acre campus at Pangbisa at 9,000 feet altitude, something called the Royal Academy, Educational Development Research Center, Teacher Training Academy. But he is living the kind of dream that I wish I could have in his sphere. I'm not an educationist like him. It's been quasi-educational, the work that one has been involved in. But whether it's in that area, whether it's in theater, whether it is in empowering young talent, I think the dreams are in those areas. So I would love to, one of the dreams now is, let's have an incubation center where we're jamming. I enjoy the creative process of jamming. The earliest forays in theater were ensemble theater, where we would play off each other, whether it was themes, stories, the kind of exercise, the kind of vocabulary of theater that you would use, how you would go about it. If that could happen in an area to set up, how should I say, new talent, new ideas, new thoughts, and a way out of the kind of direction in which alarmingly the world is going, I would be very happy. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. It brings me to my next question. I mean, before we start talking about your childhood and go back to memory, I want to ask you this broader question, that in the journey that you made, like you turned 70 recently, right? And you look at India today, and we are recording this on May 11th. And just a couple of days back, Z News on its own managed to annex Punjab and Sindh and almost made Akhand Bharat happen. Sometimes it feels like the country is going crazy. Sometimes when I think of daydreams, I even think that what kind of daydreams are people even having these days? What Through this change, through these 70 years of change, you've come from the idealistic times of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s to this new world. And in a sense, there is a lot that has happened that is incredible and must fill you with hope and joy, like the young energy, the kind of technology that we have, that fire in people's bellies and the many possibilities that are open. All of that is great in the fields in which you have worked. But at the same time, there is sort of an expression of a certain tribal ugliness. There is, while in many ways the crumbling of the mainstream is really good because it's empowered a lot of creators like me who don't need gatekeepers anymore. But at the same time, it means there is no more a consensus on the truth or a common vision of the nation, and that we are constantly therefore caught up in narrative battles. The discourse is so polarized. What is your sense of how this country has changed, sitting where you are? Because you've been an active participant at the thick of it just by virtue of being in media. Because I think with the kind of TV shows that you've done, for example, you get deep insight into what do people want. And your audience for many, many years was in fact this new burgeoning middle class and so on. You were at the cusp of change, you saw it come, you brought some of it yourself, etc., etc. What's your sense now looking back?
I mean, growing up in the 50s and the 60s, as you described it, there was hope. India was an experiment. It was a grand experiment. Think of it. A heterogeneous society like ours, multilingual, multicultural, with an incredible history, had been brought together, bound by, I think, a very forward-thinking constitution. And our founding fathers, many of them had the kind of forethought where there was certain modernism with a certain indigenization, which was exciting. There were huge challenges. But to think of it that, the thought of having a diverse, a country with religious, cultural, linguistic diversity, to have it coexist, to constitutionally, people who for millennia have been sort of underdogs in the society with a very pernicious thing called the caste system, gender, in our country the way it was, with universal suffrage, with so many other empowering things. And in a sense, the more progressive, forward aspects of the socialist mindset of, that look, there has to be equal opportunity. You have to try and take everybody along with you. That was the hope and the grand dream with its huge challenges. To see that completely transformed now has been it's sobering in so many ways. And not just here, in the rest of the world, where, supremacist ideologies, racism, oligarchies, where you just admire the richest and you think, well, that's it. Forgetting that, by the last account, one was just reaching that, 95% of the people don't have spending money to do what you think is going to happen, and the middle class is shrinking. And the mind space getting policed and shrinking and thinking only along certain lines is a matter of huge concern for our society, for the world. And of course, there are, better minds who are looking at, is this a reaction to globalization, which sort of, flattened too many issues which are under the surface? These are worrying concerns, which I think, is it going to be a passing phase? But 72% of the world, they say, has authoritarian governments today in the world. This is worrying. At one stage, the whole thing of what they called the free world, so-called free world, versus the Iron Curtain and what they said, closed societies. Now everybody's trying to shut down. The United States is becoming one of the most sort of censorious and limiting things. There's declared war on university. In our own country, there's almost a suspicion of intellectuals and free thinkers, of for some reason, English-speaking people, as if, it is not necessarily just just one language which a lot of people can communicate with the world and each other in. Lingua franca has become a suspicious thing. Is it from a deep-seated inferiority complex, a sort of inverse, Brahminism being turned on its head? What is going on over here? And the attempt to bind it all in a monoculture and is something that is about us. How is this going to be challenged, and in what way, and how is it going to be changed? Many people think that in the United States, was this a reaction to ultra wokeism? We have arguments with my daughter, who works in one of the UN organizations in New York and Brooklyn and so on and so forth. For all of them, it's a shock what has happened in the United States too. But, we have arguments about, say, they is plural. It's not singular. So why do I have to insist? And when she says, they are coming, and you think, 2 or 3 people are landing up and one person's landing up, I say, what is plural and singular got to do with gender? No, but that's the preferred pronoun, and this is what you have to go to. This is not something to laugh at. This is not. So there are those at the lighter level that's there. But is everything that's happening there actually a reaction to, the kind of dogmatic wokeism? And I think it's a matter of when dogma takes over, that's where the problem is. Ideological dogma, religious dogma, and the wonderful openness of, say, Indian society, and even Hindu thought, from everything from polytheism to agnosticism or even atheism, is embraced in Hindu thought. But to suddenly make it only one thing, and you have to only follow one thing, to becoming Abrahamic, is something. How is that a virtue? Maybe it's a phase we have to live through. We have to sit through it and do it. But this is the challenge of our time. This concerns me deeply. And anything I do now, if it can open up things once again, in a way which is, how should I say, in a direction other than the mad narrowing that the whole world is going through, I'd be very happy to be part of it.
So, one of the sort of depressing realizations I had of the years of doing this show was that there was one fundamental thing I got right in the way I looked at myself and my place in the world. I was, of course, like you, part of the English speaking urbanized elites of this country. My dad was in the IAS. I grew up thinking that broadly India is more or less secular, liberal, tolerant, etc., etc., and all the crazy voices are a fringe and it's okay. And through the course of the many conversations I've had here, including most particularly with Akshay Mukul, who wrote that magnificent book on the Gita Press, I kind of realized that no, that we are the fringe, you and me, that actually the country is something else, and it was always thus. That this was just waiting for a kind of expression to happen, and when I've done many episodes with Ram Guha and other people of your vintage who studied in Delhi in the 70s, like KP Krishnan, and the same names came up, right? So when like Ram went to college with Arun Lal, and those were the days that you had, Shashi Tharoor, Swapan Das Gupta, Paranjoy Guha Thakurta, all of them in the same college. And plus, we can go on and on with the names. And the thing is, all the names that we will come up with are essentially that the people who then became the elites of the country, and they were, and you realize that society is actually very small. There are a small bunch of people who have the privilege to go to good colleges. Many of them get a foreign education. They do really well, and society has changed in the heartening way that had broadened up massively, and there are many more participants in our society and our economy and our decision making process. But the part of it that is disheartening is that a lot of it is actually much more quote unquote conservative, to use an inadequate term here, but much more traditional in their thinking, even tribalistic in their thinking. Veer Sanghvi, another person you worked with a lot, said on my show that the great thing about 91 was, yeah, it got hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, but a lot of this new middle class was the Gita Press reading sort of Hindu conservatism. So what is kind of your view on that for you, was it also a snapping out of the bubble moment where you realize that the real India is something else and we've been protected from it? And two, then what is the real India? Should we have the negative view that today, oh, politics has caught up with society and the ugliness we see in our politics is supply responding to demand? Or should we have the view that no, Hinduism is many things, like you said, that Manu Pillai had a great book recently where the opening chapter was called A Brief History of Hinduism, which I recommend all readers read, which talks about the last 2000 years, the Puranic years as it were, where Hinduism was an open source religion. Like my term, not his, but I really feel that it was like an open source religion. You're taking in everything from everywhere. You're taking a local myth, you're incorporating it into your thing. It's very inclusive in that sense, and it's beautiful. It's like a khichdi. Everything is kind of melding together. And in that sense, India is deeply liberal. If you look at our clothes, our culture, our cuisines, everything is from everywhere. But equally, you have the what I call the Gita Press version of India, which is going towards this particular monoculture, as you put it, where it is almost imitating the Abrahamic religions, and you're elevating one deity over all of the others, and it is tribalistic, it is militant, it is aggressive, it is vociferous. And I can't even make out that, okay, even if I accept that I'm a deracinated elite and I haven't really been part of this real India, what is this real India even, and have things gotten worse? Or is it the way it always was, finding expression today? What is your sense of this?
Amit, one theory is, of course, that there's a great silent majority, which Nixon used to talk about, which was brought him in. But I don't think there is any one necessary majority thinking and people in this country. It can never be. If you're not a magnificent, if not a khichdi, a thali of many things, we are nothing. I believe that. I believe that either we revel in and celebrate and encourage our diversity, or we're nothing, or we're different people. I believe we were talking about, I went to college in Delhi University, St. Stephen's, and then my master's from Hindu. And at that point of time, when you talk of the elite, apart from the names that you mentioned, St. Stephen's typically at that point of time mainly was a finishing school before you went into civil services. So the silver frame, golden frame, whatever they called it, the people who ran the country would go there. The interview system was still there. Even when I was there towards the end, then they diminished the interview system, they changed the system, and then things started changing, in the sense of the kind of people who would go there. So apart from the kind of names you mentioned, there were a lot of people doing that, and of course it was there to a certain extent. However, two different strands in two different ways. One is in terms of, say, my own family, where we came from. My paternal grandfather was a lawyer, but also he was in politics. He was, along with Subhash Bose, he was a close political associate. There were Swarajists to begin with Chittaranjan Das. They were acolytes of Chittaranjan Das. Then he became mayor of Kolkata. He succeeded Subhash Bose and Bidhan Roy, and then he was a two-term. He was a minister in undivided Bengal, and then in the Rajya Sabha. His constituency was Khidurpur in Kolkata, which was a primarily Muslim constituency. Yeah. And he was voted again and again from that constituency. He was also the president briefly of the Calcutta Bar Association. But there was an idealism about him and the politics he stood for and the people we met as a consequence of that. Yeah, my uncle, who was to teach philosophy, he was an Indologist in Durham for the longest time. But he, when things were still conservative about marriage, his guide was Dr. Radhakrishnan. So who sort of told my granddad, okay, you have to let this happen and figure it out. And then he came back and became one of the, how should I say, of the senior people at the Aurobindo Ashram, for instance. So that was another strain of thought that was happening. One was in the political sphere, which was not elitist at all, because what happened in Bengal politics and the rest of it was there was some very dynamic, forward-thinking things happening for a stage. Of course, partition happened, all the things changed. But he was a minister, for instance, Fazlul Huq's government, who was a Krishak Praja Party he had set up after he separated from the Muslim League. And it was interesting how many people were all members of the Muslim League as well as the Congress and set up their own things and did everything like that. So on the one hand, there's that. And we've seen it through the 50s, 60s, because people used to come over, work. And when we were here in Mumbai, and the family, I was just born, I had recollections in Pali Hill, in Union Park, and later in Madhupar. There were a lot of friends who were working in film. And there would be milans and bethugs and things and sing-alongs and all the rest of it. You could name them So at that time in film, there were, in the popular lyrics, in the songs, and there was a certain hope. There was a certain there was an innocence of that period, and there was dreams of what in India could be. Cut to a Kaun Banega Crorepati, where somebody put it, India met Bharat. We had people coming from everywhere. People who you would never necessarily meet, and which is been one of the fascinations for Amitabh Bachchan, actually, meeting and getting to know them, and I think through him, to people. Where the great silent majority is not so visible, and there is right there, they are not necessarily sort of hardcore adherents of what you would call the people who've been guided only by the Gita Press and all the rest. That has certainly been there, and it's a very important factor. But we have many Indias. And I believe if we have to have a future, we have to be a future of many Indias, not one commissar state. With one thing, and that is our genius. That is what is wonderful about our people and things. Imagine if we only ate one food, if we only heard one kind of music, if we only did one kind of worship and faith. It would be ridiculous. In Hinduism, there's so many strands. Take the Ramakrishna Mission, for instance. The organization itself, the mission is influenced by correct me if I'm wrong, in a sense, it's a kind of Hindu church. In the sense of the way it is at least organized or administered and it put together, which was one of the thoughts Swami Vivekananda took from there. But again, I believe it is an enlightened kind of view of the religion. and an understanding of it. And it was certainly not dogmatic. And you know how powerful it is. I'm the only member of the family who hasn't taken Diksha or initiation or whatever it is. I didn't think it was necessary. We are also a country of the Buddha, which is, not so visible at all in the country as it is where he practiced and where he was there. But we are that India too. We are the India of the Bhakti movement in so many different things, of the Sufis. Those are also strains, and the syncretic culture is everywhere. So I don't know if I want to accept that it is fundamentally a fundamentalist and, silent majority country, which only sort of has now come to the surface in this way. It is, I think, how democracy, I think, maybe was proving too complicated for some people. The processes, the redressals, the reparations. And I think maybe this is a reaction to that. When I was a kid, I used to hear talk of India needs to be a dictatorship. We need to have a simple rule, and things will happen like that. And what is all this, And of course, there are abuses of democracy. The way the first past the post electoral system has issues. We follow the Westminster system, but at one point they said we must have a presidential system, and we are largely a presidential democracy now. I mean, we are an electoral autocracy, I believe, at this point of time. And hey, you know what that means. That means only one thing. And you know what an extreme of electoral autocracy can mean when you look at Donald Trump and the United States, or what it could mean. Can that be the answer? So I think between the kind of political system we need for the country and way it's practiced, between federalism, true federalism, and, a strong center, how can the twain meet and come together? These are challenges. I don't know if there are simple answers, but we need to find those answers.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you about the multitudes we contain. And thinking aloud, it strikes me that of the many strains of this real India, of the many strains of Bharat, as it were, it feels as if the one that is most likely to find vocal expression is this strident, militant one, because it's easy to rouse people with that. The German theorist Carl Schmitt once said that in politics you need the other. Here there is an other. There are many better, like the Bhakti movement has no other. It is all embracing. So that's not going to rouse people. It is something that can inspire you at a personal level, but you're not going to rouse a mob with that, right? And therefore it feels that there is also a lack of imagination in our politics, that we are taking the easy way out of appealing to what it is easiest to rouse people with, rather than try to reach the better angels of their natures. I mean, I think within the silent majority, there's a silent majority within the silent majority that is perfectly fine and that doesn't go in this direction, but it is that vocal minority.
It's much more easier to fan hate and to get people roused because of that. It's much more easier to fan divisions than, to come up with solutions and get people excited about that. And lies travel much faster than truth. That's the way it is. I'm not a political thinker, no pretensions to being one, but having been in the media for so long, one thing I do know, that between popularity and populism, there is a chasm, and a chasm that can be very dangerous. And I think the populism is ruling. It's ruling in terms of the lowest common denominator. And it is, how do you hit those notes? Hitler hits those notes with his demagoguery, right? A failed artist, with his demagoguery, he fed into the insecurity and did it. There's a wonderful series on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen it, How to Become a Tyrant. Do you know it? It is terrific. It has that little guy as the voice. What's his name from Game of Thrones? He's the voiceover. Sardonic. But more than that, it's the way it's been put together. One of the early statements which is worrying is, humankind has had very fleeting moments of freedom. A lot of the time it's been tyrannies. And how do tyrants come into power and how do they make it happen? And they have this playbook, which is chilling in the way and how familiar it all seems to be. how close to home it all seems to be, and happening in different parts of the world. So I think there, all the buttons of populism are laid out. And that is some of the populism that we have had to deal with on a regular basis till we came into electronic mass media. But people are hitting those buttons of the lowest common denominator, whether it is hate, whether it is paranoias, whether it is, sort of prejudices and biases. How do you make that happen? How do you press those buttons and make it happen? The basis, lowest common denominator, is also the basis form of human nature and thought. And how do you hit that? And that can be hugely populist. And I think when democracy, how do you make it swing more away from populist decisions to popularity is the huge challenge of our times.
There's a very good book by Jan Werner Muller called What is Populism, which kind of lays out the playbook in some detail. And we'd done an episode of this for my YouTube show, Everything is Everything, about populism, where we mentioned various world leaders, but not our dear leader. And many, many people who saw the episode said, you've basically made an episode about India only, haven't you? And we were like, look, we haven't said that. It's up to you to draw the conclusions.
Yes,
but
exactly. But through history, this has been the kind of playbook. This particular series I mentioned, this deals with Hitler, of course, Stalin. It deals with Saddam. It deals with Idi Amin. It deals with the King and Sons, and so whoever is there. All of them. Mao, the Cultural Revolution, the entire thing. And the United States is trying to do a cultural revolution of their own kind. In our country, it's happening in a very different way. But in one sense, it is the playbook of power and how it works, and it's how people work the levers. So in a sense, one group of people feel that, hey, if only we had a leader to work it in a more sort of enlightened, progressive, liberal, equitable, diverse, plural way, that would be wonderful. Is that going to happen through one individual, by a group of people, by a movement, by an event? I don't know. But hey, man, we have to hope and pray very hard and work towards that.
Wise words. Let's talk about your childhood now. Tell me about your early years. You were born in Calcutta on 28 December 1954, as you mentioned, but then you came to Bombay and spent your early years here. Give me a sense of your prehistory. You've already given me a little sense of it with your granddad and your uncle and whatever. Give me a sense of, what is the world into which you are born? What's the family mahal? What are the values you're growing up with? What's your dad like? What's your mom like? Give me a sense of that.
So my father was then posted in Bombay, what was then called Bombay. And I have two older sisters. But my maternal grandfather's home was in Kolkata, in the Baliganj area, just off Southern Avenue, across the lake, which is quite lovely now. I think that's one nice thing that Mamta Di has done. And this one house, which is a sprawling house, my grandfather was a self-made man, maternal grandfather. He came to, that's a story. How much of a legend it is, I don't know. He came with 14 rupees, which was a lot. Well, it wasn't a lot, but it was not what it is today. He came into town and then he built a thing as a trader, then became a builder, and then all kinds of other things. So there was this grand, sprawling 14-bedroom house in which one room called the Atur Ghar was for birthing, where 13 of us cousins were born or more. So I was one of them, born in that room. My mother was one of 8 siblings, very spirited, talented, striking looking person of a certain thing who never forgave the world. And I think my father for pulling the plug on her education, because she left midway through her bachelor's, and one of the things she did was, sort of give birth to me. And then that was in Kolkata. And maternal grandmother we used to only visit for holidays. I've never lived in Kolkata or Bengal for the rest of my life. I still enjoy going there for visits, but I've never lived in that city. I've even worked there. My first play I directed there professionally when I was 19 for the princely amount of 400 rupees. And then I've done some television shows there and so on and so forth. But otherwise, I've grown up in Bombay, Mumbai, Delhi, Madras, back to Delhi. And then I used to shuttle between Delhi and Bombay for work. That's what it is. Earliest day in Bombay, the earliest memories were in a little, there's 5 flats in something called Kantanivas opposite Madhu Park in Khar, which was in some sense fantastic because it was a small community. There was a neighbor, a kid who was my age, Gujarati family. Opposite them too, there were Gujaratis. Opposite us, the Tamil Iyengar family. Right on top, there was a Maharashtrian family. And next to me, there was this hardcore socialist sort of, gentleman called Mr. Kabadi and his sons, I used to spend a lot of time at their place because they used to have, they all lived in one room. Mom used to cook there. She was very fond of me, elderly lady. They used to have a cycle, which I used to standing. I used to cycle. Then they used to have comics. And I used to read endless comics, of which we never had so much in my house. But as a group in Khar, in that flat, one is the plurality. We learnt working Gujarati, Marathi, bits of Tamil. We used to be together. My older sister used to direct plays, to play the piano. They were at St. Joseph's. I used to study at Basant Montessori, which was a lovely school at that point of time, on Juhu Beach. Which was very different from what it is now. So it was about 2 kilometers. And I went very early at the age of 2.5 or something, I think. And my friend Amit, who was the same class at me, we used to travel there back, cycling. Everybody would go cycling in the morning on hired cycles. We would play games there. We would build things. It was a wonderfully sort of, how should I say, playful and a social childhood. Which was terrific. And we grew up learning so many things. And as I said, my parents were very fond of music. My mother used to sing and sing. People used to come over to hear her sing. She used to go places to sing with a lot of bhav, Rabindra Sangeet, devotional music and all the rest of it. But the friends, some of them in the film world, Amir Chakravarti, and somebody was in the arts and so on and so forth. They would, from the film world and otherwise, so they would all come together and work. So what you heard around you, kind of talk, was fantastic. And one of the things, my father was in a bank because my granddad was in politics. My another uncle was in sort of academics. I think very early he wanted to become a lawyer, I think, because my father was a very rational, mental person, not as intuitive as my mother at all. He was the one who took a regular job. So he was with a multinational bank, the Mercantile Bank, which had their office in Flora Fountain. And he was a workaholic. And he rose to the top. He became the senior most Asian in the system over the years. But was very adventurous in terms of travel, loved Western classical music. So between that, one of the things the bank had, they had a shack at Marve on the beach. A lot of weekends was spent at Marve, just hearing the sound of the sea, the wind through the leaves. The kitchen was outside. It had 2 bedrooms. It had that kind of thing. It was a simple kind of shack, but on the beach, the nearest habitation was half a kilometer on that side or one side. We would play. Sometimes friends would come and we would travel with my father by road. He was very fond of that, including, I think it was about 4 or 5,000 kilometer thing through all of South India, going down the west coast, coming up the east coast and coming back all in one car. So it was great days, So those are my memories. After Basant Montessori for a year, I went to Cathedral, both of me and my friend Amit. And it was in the middle of that, he was transferred to Delhi. So basically that's what happened. And those were my Bombay days. And those were my memories of Bombay, which were wonderful. Really wonderful. But it was a very different city at that point of time. Andheri, where we are doing this conversation now, was not like this at all. They were called 7 bungalows and 4 bungalows for a reason. There were 7 bungalows and there were 4 bungalows and not a teeming sort of, population what it is there. So it was very different Bombay. And the ride to Marve used to be like almost through wilderness, before you got there. It's not the mud island sort of, cornucopia that you see now, all this concrete which is built up and things. I went there some time back, and between there was a studio. between I think it's called the resort or something like that. One of
There's a
the
resort, there's a
next to it,
retreat.
it's still there, that Marvi thing, but it's behind walls. I don't know what it's like. I would have loved to have gone in and seen, but there are little black and white pictures which are just, magical coastal sort of things. And it was one of my fondest memories of that. Among my daydreams, that is there a place like that somewhere in the world that one could go back to? So those were really sort of wonderful times. And school also, because based in Montessori you could do what you want. You could run around from shack to shack, you could do stuff. I think one of the first plays on it, I was a bogey in an engine. So I have those memories of early Mumbai, as it were. First movies at the other end of town, I got frightened through my wits, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Or Charlie Chaplin, which my mother would take us, to watch. But it was just an expedition. You took a train and you went to the other end of town and, the theater, and you watched. And that magic stayed with me. So the magic of cinema first began, I think, in the Bombay theaters.
Just by listening to you, it feels like you avoided the danger of getting trapped in two different kinds of bubbles, which I probably got trapped in for a while. So let me ask you about those. And one of those is the urban bubble. That typically, if you are a city kid, all you see around you is city, and you lose that instinctive feeling for nature, where you intentionally look at birds and you actually listen to the sound of the sea and you enjoy all of that. And I think it took me a long time in my life to come to an appreciation for those things and to actually be mindful of those things. But in your case, what your friends say about you is that he loves birds, he loves nature. I've heard a lot about, how your home at near Sanic Farms is constructed, and it's so open and beautiful, and the light and everything. So, and it feels that surely must then hark back to that childhood where your father is driving around with you on these long trips. And so, tell me about that. Tell me about, when that love of nature begins to manifest as an actual thing where you actually think about it, and you, like, could you identify different birds? Were you, because it feels like, and I'm jealous of this, that you avoided that jadedness, which otherwise happens to us city kids when it comes to nature.
Again, I think circumstance. One is my father he used to love traveling. So we used to go on a lot of road trips with him all over. And at that time there were those hotels, that kind of thing. And sometimes unplanned, you would stop at a dark bungalow. Dark bungalows were where you stayed. And if you were very lucky, a circuit house. Because, suddenly you're told, even when you move in, that, hey, some Saab might come and you may have to ship out whatever. And mother, family, kids, everything like that. But he used to take that chance. And we used to travel by road, which was very different, and stay in dark bungalows and circuit houses. So that was one kind of thing. When we moved to Delhi, apart from a community thing, those were flats. So Knee Block Defense Colony, I don't know if you know, those were those 500 to 1,000 square yard plots. All our neighbors were Firangis on all sides, and it was open. And then where you went out to in Delhi was still very green, but it was not so built up at all. And they were full of parks and gardens. And the expedition out of Delhi in every direction, towards the hills, towards Rajasthan, towards whatever, there was open stuff. So that was always there. In Chennai, what was then Madras, where my father moved, the bank's house where we stayed had a 6-acre garden at Boat Club Avenue, which is, it's the toniest address in Chennai at this point of time. And in the middle of that, which was, whatever it is, they inherited, I think it was from the Nawab of Arcot, a bad debt to the bank or something. And then they built a hotel on it. If you've been to Chennai, I think it was called the RDR Gate Hotel, then the RDR Park Hotel, and then the Park Sheraton. And now somebody else has bought it. So there were all these huge trees and things. I learned driving in that garden on the driveway as a 12-year-old. And school was, I'd moved from Delhi, and in Madras, then there was only Madras Metric and, other systems where you had to lose a year effectively if you wanted to get back to the Indian system. So there was only one place where you could do a 11-year kind of course, which was the Kendriya Vidyalaya. And that happened to be mostly for central government employees, army kids and so on and so forth. But few spots they kept for transferable people, as they did for in my case. Our school, Kendriya Vidyalaya IIT Madras, was on the IIT Madras campus, which is 600 plus acres of deer forest. Designated still as a natural reserve. You can't build in a certain amount. Our school was built at that time, it's changed now, by some Germans because they collaborated with IIT Madras, as a biplane. There's 500, 600 kids, and the classrooms, half of the class opened up as swivel doors. In building was all PWD style. Swivel doors opened up to expanses of tree, forests, gardens, and deer would be at your arm's distance. Literally. And it's still like that. I went a few years back. You have chinkara, you have black buck, you have antelopes, you have all kind of things right there. It was so in that sense it was circumstantial. Birds, I now start recognizing I'm not a birder, but I'm fascinated because our home, we've been lucky to have a bit of a garden home in South Delhi. And so right outside and everywhere, I find these birds. I photograph them sometimes just off my camera, sometimes through a lens. And I figure out how they are. I go to Google Lens and I check out what they are to find out what it is, where it is. So in that sense, it's a more recent kind of, interest and something that I've done. But yeah, I think we are blessed with the pollution in Delhi to have a bit of a garden and trees. There's a 70-year-old people tree at one end. There's a lovely kachnar. There's a simal. There's all these lovely trees to live among them. It's one of the blessings, and I wish, it opens the mind, Amit. I wish people had much more time living away from concrete boxes and just be there, because I think you think differently and you act differently. And with the natural cycles, gardening itself, my wife loves gardening, growing things, figuring it out. It's, I think it makes you feel and think a little differently if that was around you. So that interest in nature, and I think has been circumstantial, but the love of it, and I would like to do much more traveling into our sanctuaries, into and learning about that. And some of the people who I've worked with, this place where we were doing filmmaking in Delhi, one of my colleagues was Pradeep Kishan, who's, what he's done for documenting trees of Delhi, of central Indian jungles, of, and sort of what he's done in Rajasthan with these sort of, tree projects and things is fascinating. And one's also learned about all of that through that. And as generalists, as naturalists, not as botanists or, because that's been the interest. And that's my interest to all of the world of knowledge. I come to it as a generalist, and that's why there's a connection. I've never been a quizzer. So, but the interest is as somebody who's just interested. And naturalists, I think that's where the passion and interest comes from, in this entire area.
Before I go on to asking you about the next bubble I had in mind, let's double click on that. Like, a term that I've come up with is foxhog. It comes from, Isaiah Berlin's essay, The Hedgehog and the Fox, where he talks about how the fox knows a little bit about many things and the hedgehog knows one thing really well. And I keep telling people that you can't just be a hedgehog, that you have to be a foxhog, in the sense that there might be one or two things that you know pretty well, but you absolutely have to be a generalist. It's like what, CLR James says, what do they of cricket know who only cricket know, which was, of course, taken from Kipling's phrase, what do they of England know who only England know?
Yes.
And I would say you can replace that with anything. What do they of X know who only X know?
Yes.
What do they of trees know who only botany know? As, Pradeep Kishan might,
right.
And his book is such a masterpiece.
Absolutely. Magnificent.
Tell me a little bit about this, the importance of both breadth and depth, because how important is it to you to be that kind of Renaissance man, that you're interested in a number of different things and they play into each other and they enhance your appreciation of each of them and of the whole world as a whole?
In that sense, that's been one of the guiding concerns through a lot of the things that I've done, particularly in the, in quotes, knowledge area and the knowledge shows that one has done. Because to put in more prosaic term, what you were talking about, the hedgehog and the fox and the fox hog, as it were, you have people who know a lot about a little, who are specialists, and there are people who know a lot about a lot. And somewhere between them are most of us. But I think you need your specialists and you need specialist knowledge. But I think even as specialists, if you can open up your mind and interest to other things, I think it's wonderful. You need to combine depth with breadth too, which doesn't mean it has to be one or the other. That would never be an approach. In television terms, even within a purist show like Mastermind India, you had the specialized subject, the Islamic Caliphate from this year to that year, or Durga avatars, or, World War One aircraft of this particular type, or whatever it is, to the Indian Railways of another kind. The span of subject specialists is wonderful to have that knowledge, but of course there was a bit of general knowledge, but you couldn't really play along. Now look at Konbane Crorepati, where the whole point of the expanded time and thinking along, it also engages the audience where they are trying to figuring out, what is it? Is it this? Is it that? Why is this person going in that direction? We always thought it was this. And in my mind, it's always interesting in a good quiz question where it opens up, it's half known and it opens up layers which you never knew about, or you learn more about. Things that you've been seeing every day, but it's something else. It turns out to be something else. How does that happen? How can you figure that one out? How can you combine a bit of breadth? So everybody doesn't have it in them to be a polymath, right? And one admires polymaths. But equally, I admire people who know one thing very well. But it's always interesting where there's a bit of both. And I think people should, to enrich their own lives, to empower themselves, they take an interest in a number of things and find out enough about them. And I think that's always been my approach to general knowledge. It's not about, being just obscure information. It's not about something that only a group of people know and, trading that enough. At the same time, it should be something that engages people's imagination. It just kindles that interest that if you didn't know, you would want to know. And that's part of the brief when you get a team together. How do we do that? How do we deal with sometimes unknown, but also the half known, which is better known and which is good to know? And if you can build an aha, it's fantastic. And also in some senses, I compare it with a haiku, 17 syllables. In that question, what do you have that, sets off little sparks or maybe even an explosion? And you say, wow, is that what it was? It was something like that. And I think that is the key. I also think the key to the right answers are the right questions. To be able to ask things around us and to query them, which is also the root of fact-checking. Somebody says a whole lot of things we take for granted, but then you look a little deeper, it turns out to be something else. And now we have the kind of tools that human beings have never had in history to find out what they are. What is actually the truth of something, what it is. Are there many stories? Is it a Rashomon situation? It depends on who's looking at it, and some things are. But how do you get to as close to what it is as it isn't, is something I think which is fascinating, but also we are empowered in a way never before. And we should use that. I really believe that's something that needs to happen. In my own case, I was a middling student in my academics. My master's course, I loved. Bachelor's, it was all theater. I did nothing else. And that was a era where, say, if you were at college between 71 and 76, my bachelor's and master's years, the mahal was swung, or the spectrum, let's put it like that. On one hand, your flower power, post-Woodstock, the psychedelic era, and experimentation. And the other hand was revolution and Marxism. At college, you had the Marxist studies circle, and you had, other things that going on the other side, and so on and so forth. So, between those streams, as it were. But Where was I? You have to remind me. I've lost the thread. What were we talking about?
We were on the line of generalists and
Specialists.
specialists, and then you spoke
Yeah. I,
beautifully
I
about
was coming
quizzing.
back to what it was. And then I was trying to make a living of theater, because the big theater thing happened for me during my college years, which, if you like, we can talk about it some other point. But then, having tried and failed to do it, and cinema was the other fascination, though I wasn't Hindi speaking primarily. Never had enough command on it to think that, acha, मैं Mumbai जाऊंगा and I'll try to make a living of it or whatever it is. And I didn't want to go to the film institute, because all of the people who were going there either wanted to become actors, or they had to know enough of their language to be able to make cinema in that stage. So the one opportunity to learn filmmaking was at a place in Delhi, which was the only place that, these were during post-emergency years, actually during emergency, I started in 77, who were making 2 regular series on Doordarshan, on very limited scope films, in 16mm black and white, working with PicSync machines for editing, camera, and they had a laboratory, the only one in North India, for 16mm black and white, which was in the kitchen of an A block flat in Defense Colony. Okay. So one series was called Development News Features. All the good things are happening in laboratories, schemes. It could be in appropriate technology. It could be on gobar gas. It could be on, XYZ, etc., etc. Or it could be the science feature, which was really initially an expanded form of that. So, National Physical Laboratory is doing this, and so on and so forth. All our national laboratories, so on and so forth. But that was the only place where things were happening. And for 8 years, I cut my teeth. The science programs grew with the likes of Pradeep Krishan into becoming conceptual films, and we worked on that. But the rigor of research and finding about a subject, partly from academics, from literature, and partly from sort of, studying science, which is precise and where you have to find out about things if you're getting into a subject, and on minuscule budgets. So on the one hand, there was learning filmmaking. On the other hand, there was the discipline of finding out about a subject and then making it comprehensible and interesting to other people. My first science film was Life Before Birth. What happens pre-birth in the animal world and in human beings? The first childbirth I recorded. So, and this was in black and white. So certain things could only be animated, some things you only use pictures. But how do you tell that story in that way? But how do you also find out about it? And what you learnt about it, and the kind of books we learned from. Encyclopedic works. So, there was a wonderful Time illustrated series that used to have on different subject. And one of those series was Lennart Nilsson's Pictures Within the Womb, of the development at different stages. And it's magical, how in a sense, the evolution of humans from single cell to, what then eventually begun is mimicked and formed, and how pictorially what it is. So that, sort of was absolutely terrific. And the rigor of research came in from them. How do you find out about something? One of my other films, which I enjoyed making at that time, was on avalanches. How you do it, how they're controlled, what was happening in our country. Snow and Avalanche Study Establishment above Koti, they had a center. And a lot of that, on the filmmaking side, we had to use not only available footage from the very limited funds that we had, but also through animation to explain what it is, how they can be controlled. And then at Sase, how they do by firing and things like that, how they try and control avalanches, how they get warning. It was a fascinating subject to try and find out about. Pradeep, of course, did some of the most fascinating things. And for me, it was a learning. You get into, say, the organization of a bee comb, a honeybee comb. And it's such a complex society. And the dance of the honeybee, the figure of 8, the orientation towards the sun, the distance, the sweetness of the source being signified for the whole team through the dance and people going to it. So the dance of the honeybee was one of his films. And just filming it and showing it in that, as I said, our budgets, Amit, must have been 30,000 rupees of film, and very controlled. And you have to use whatever is there. The animation, we learned cell animation.
Wow.
So it makes cell by cell to, we would do it over there. So the one hand you were learning filmmaking and the rudiments of it. And on the other hand, you were, doing your own edits on pixing, cutting the positives, the negative cutting, of course, was done by professional editors and seeing it good together. And then you were encouraged at that time, because it was all voiceover stuff. There was no sound to go with it. And recording, writing the commentaries and making it narrative. That was an education in terms of, on the one hand, there was the research, the rigor. We floated off far from the subject, but I'm saying on the one hand, there's the imagination of theater and, free-flowing imagination at work. Shakespearean and Aristotelian, sort of virtues kicking in, or even Indian aspects of the Natya Shastra and Bharat Muni's work and Kalidas. On one hand, there's just imagination, how you put it, how you put thought and feeling and expression together into narrative. On the other hand, there's the rigor of science, how you put it. Pradeep's other films was on bird song. And in that area of communicating the sound, the first one he called Love Songs, which was frogs and crickets. What do they say when they croak? And what are they communicating and how do they communicating? For the limited place that it was, where it's supposed to be, I think it began as making rah-rah stuff for government, propagandist. This is happening, that is happening, here's a new scheme, you're turning rice husk into bricks and you're doing this and that and whatever, which is also, I did a lot of that, because that was the only earning. To research, write, shoot, voice, edit, put together a 5-minute film, which kept me going for 8 years, was 500 rupees. And if you did a science film, it took you a month and a half, sometimes 2 months. And if you did an ambitious thing with Pradeep, it would take more and more time, was 1,500 bucks. But I lived off that and I learned of that. And that was for the longest time the education, of doing those things. And I enjoyed it thoroughly. But the rigor of research came from there. And that taught me research. And because when we got into quizzing, on quizzing circles, what passes muster when it comes on to mass media with a captive audience, with the nation watching, can turn into a monster if you get some details wrong. The amount of court cases we've had to contend with on facts and figures, on what you say and what you don't, and challenges is something else, and especially on KBC, it's got magnified to an extreme amount. But early days, the first quiz time I did was the first national inter-college quiz that I hosted. And I came into quizzing as a quiz master, never as a quizzer. The research was done by other people, by journalists, very good journalists with credentials, and they would pakrao me questions and this and the other. I had to put it into language to make it elegant, and then there would be a reaction. At that time, it was newspaper editors, letters to the editor at that time, or sort of doyens like Amita Malik, who would normally pick you on pronunciation something, but on facts you say, how could so-and-so say this or that? And, and the rafters would shudder and things would happen and the Doordarshan brass would want to know, he kaise kaha, and whatever it is. The second year, I took over the content and the research. And all the learnings from the science, from the research, cross-checking, sources, and errors could be not only of sources, it could be of research, because textbooks can be wildly wrong. Newspapers, every day we found at that time there could be 100 errors of fact. Where do you get it from? At that time there was no internet. You had to get special library access and write letters to them. This is what we are doing. This is what we are doing. So, Central Secretariat Library was a huge source. National Archive Library, IIC Library. You had to get special membership so that, people could go and find and the kind of sources and get the kind of thing. Sort of say that, okay, now this is verified fact. What passes muster, as I said, in quiz circles, which is conversation, which is picked up from here and there. Now, of course, it's changed. But even sources. I'm using AI a lot. I'm having a lot of fun with AI. And you think that something give you a very analytic sort of fact check. It's a great amount of detail in every aspect, which is the other thing you learn about fact checking. It's not just one question and one answer. It's all the constituent parts of information that goes into it needs to be checked. is this, and that is one of the rigors we had to go through, say, for a KBC or whatever, because everything, there was money riding on it, and people would challenge things, sometimes legitimately, but a lot of the time, just because I thought it was something else and I thought you were wrong. But you have to then prove that you were right. And you have to have handy sources. Sometimes, you can have 15 sources which say one thing, and then a whole lot of sources which say something else. So these have all been learnings, and sort of, in between detail and interest. On the one hand, you have to engage people on a KBC, on a mastermind, on any quiz-based, knowledge-based, factual entertainment show that you have. On the other hand, you have to be absolutely right in what you're saying. And sometimes it's not easy to bridge that. It's not easy to find out. So how do you work around that? How do you work it into what you're trying to do? Always a challenge.
Beautiful answer. I mean, it also strikes me as you were speaking that whole distinction between an hedgehog and a foxhog, as it were, of the importance of being a generalist comes through in both quizzing and theatre. Like, and I'm thinking aloud here, but a good quiz question is always in the domain of the particular, but requires, that general sense, a general knowledge of the world to be able to crack, because after all, you're working it out and there'll be clues within it. And equally, when you're in theatre, every good play is about a particular thing, but it has to have that universal appeal where, it sparks off something into you and you get a better sense of the human condition and therefore yourself through it. And I guess a lot of the research required you to be a foxhog, because every little bit of research would take you into the particular, but accumulated together, you are gathering a sense of the world.
Which is also, just to jump in, which is also, I think, the relevance of general knowledge today.
Yeah.
Because you're fed stuff, including from the internet. Google will give you the most popular right on top. Though ChatGPT or Grok or whatever will tell you that, you better check your facts or whatever, you tend to take for granted the things that are thrown up at you. Say, okay, this is what it is. But unless you have that context of other information, you're not going to query that. You take it for what it is. And sometimes if it's, what is most popular on Google, what is most sought. And at one stage, if you put in Jawaharlal Nehru, you find out, the most sort of scurrilous stuff on the stuff would be right on top. Are you supposed to take that for granted? Or on any subject for that matter, on matters of health, on any detail, how do you navigate your way through this jungle of information that we now have? And I think you need a certain amount of general knowledge. And I think you need to have that awareness of, a breadth of knowledge, which helps you not only get to the particular, but also to cross-check the particular and question it. I think along with curiosity, you need skepticism.
Let me double click on that. There's a distinction between the facts and the truth.
Yes.
Right now, in my time as a quizzer, I would often find that there is a particular kind of quizzer who just wants lots of facts so it'll come in handy sometime in a quiz. And then there is a particular kind of person who doesn't particularly care about facts but the truth. Yes. They're reading widely, and whatever they know, they just happen to know, but they're not memorizing stuff purely for the sake ki ye quiz mein aayega. Right? And I find myself in that latter kind of group, but it also sort of hurts me because sometimes I'll forget particular facts. I'll have a broad sense of what is going on.
Yes.
Which is why I was never like an A-list quizzer. Like, I would not have been a quiz time winner. I would have been something like a zonal finalist. I was in school in those days, of course, and it was a dream to be on the show. But I would not have been among those elites because my set of facts would have been lower. But a lot of the people who gather all of those facts, I would sometimes criticize, just have really superficial knowledge of the subject. They will know everything about a book, but they haven't read the book. I have read the book and I don't remember the things. And I think that the quality that goes into good fact checking, of reading something on the internet and having an intuitive sense that there is something off here, is with the truth seeker, not the fact seeker.
I'm with you completely on this. And I think that is what needs strengthening. When I talk about, how should I say, reinforcing a factual culture of, sort of making it second nature, which we need now to find out about anything, not only for its own sake, on health. The first thing you hit could be completely alarmist or completely misleading, but you have to get to the point of it, and how do you cross-check? How do you find out about anything? You have things which are, the tools that we have are miraculous in a way that are in
Miraculous.
front of us. There's no other way to put it, but how it can be misused and how it can be sort of what is the other thing. And also, one of the things that has happened is that there's so much now that I think people find that, look, people need to have a simple sort of fact to follow or to believe or to go on or that. This is easy. Let's put it through to that. That is the thing. But I think the savoring is in the breadth combined with the depth. I think you have to have enough depth. Without that isn't. And as you put it, I think it's important to get to the truth of the matter and for it to be a motivating thing. I don't think, being how should I say, a factual sort of, having a fetish for facts is the same as having an appreciation of facts and the truth. And I think they're two different things. And in that sense, I've always, as I said, I've never been a quizzer. And I know it just so happens that that's the way it is. I used to enjoy playing games in class, and I still enjoy. Wordle is my, when I wake up in the middle of the night, which I do, that is my ritual. That is something that I have to do, or play a quiz game or something, and I go back. But I've never been a quizzer. I enjoyed class games, especially to English language and things like that. But that small group, the coterie quizzing, good luck to them, and I'm all for that. And there's wonderful people over there, but that has never been my thing. Though we did cater to that in the sense of mastermind, but we've done everything in between. The quiz shows that we've done in the live domain as live quizzes, Amit, we've done for the National Literacy Mission, for people who've just learned to read and write, which is the new literates and the new numerates, the first 3 months. We did 2 television shows also called Akshar Mela for the National Literacy Mission. The sense of empowerment that one felt from that. And we had simple literacy, numeracy, and general knowledge games where we combined everything and put it together. But they felt that all the hieroglyphics were coming alive, and that would empower them. And it was wonderful. And the one who won, actually, I remember one season, was this goat-herd girl from the Ajmer district. And she was asked, so why? Because, she was the first one with some education in the family, because they didn't think girls needed to be educated. And in a ghungat, and she raised her head for the first time. She said, why? She said, I want to become the sarpanch. And what she wanted to do with it. And it was such a, it was a wonderful, emotional, empowering moment, to do that. So on the one hand, we've done that. On the other hand, we've done, Amit, for the entire nuclear science community of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. From professors emeriti to people who are just researchers, they came from all over. I don't know anything on the subject, but we have a sort of, proprietary software we call Cuisine with a Z, where, we can run different kind of games and this, that, and the others. We familiarize with them, that information. And we did that for them with a hall full of people, and it worked wonderfully. We've done live quizzes, 4 years running in Tihar jail.
Wow.
And we've done a TV show only for members of parliament. Two extremes. We've done stuff on food and cuisine. We've done on other things. So doing all of this stuff, you have to address, how do you not only, as in a television show, not only address it to the contestants, but how do you engage the public imagination with it?
So here's my follow-up question. There's a term public choice theorists use called rational ignorance. What it essentially postulates is that for most voters in any democracy, their vote is likely to count for very little, because no election is decided by one vote, right? And apparently one election in UP was, and the loser's wife hadn't voted, but leave that aside. But no election is decided by one vote, and therefore for any voter it is rational to not put too much effort into informing informing herself about what is happening in economics, policy, etc., etc.
Right.
You just go with your tribal instinct and vote if you feel like, or don't vote at all, which is also rational. Equally, a new term I've come to like is strategic ignorance, which is that if you want to be focused in your life, it is okay to be ignorant about most things and not give a damn. And therefore, for most of us, we don't have the bandwidth to seek the truth in every domain. We will take the conventional wisdom, whatever is out there, for granted in most things, and in whatever particular domains that are high stakes to us, where we have skin in the game, we find out more. Now, what I want to ask you is that there is a quality that both of us admire that you are trying to inculcate in more people, which, as you said, is a quality of curiosity. That be curious, the curiosity feeds into skepticism. It is a two-way interaction between the two. You are skeptical, so you're curious, so you're skeptical. And I wonder to what extent it is that this is natural, and to what extent this is something that can be inculcated. Because it strikes me that the girl who says, I want to be educated because I want to be Sarpanch, is awesome, and more power to her, but she's an outlier among the girls. So is it something that can be inculcated in people, or is it something that you will see more and more around you because of the selection effect, but actually it is either inherent or it is not? So what is your sense of this?
I think, where you're talking about strategic ignorance, you can't be open to everything all the time because you'd be drowned very early on. But there is a certain sense of basics, I think, which are very important. We do this series of books for junior school, where we address this in areas which are not in the textbooks, because to me, general knowledge has always been what's not in your textbooks. And to move away from the very utilitarian approach of a lot of narrow thinking education is going to be useful in an exam, is going to get you a job, is going to get you a better job. That is one way of looking at it. There's another way of looking at it, that, hey, this can enrich what you bring to your jobs, that is expanded utilitarianism, but also it can enrich your life. That's another way of looking at it. But even there, you decide what are the essentials. Just like you have the 3 R's in education, in general knowledge too, in a number of areas, there are certain something that I think you need to know. It could be about civics and government. It could be about what it is. It could be about history in a different case. It could be civilizational. It could be about the geography of what is around you. It could be about flora and fauna. It could be about, logical thinking and what has happened. It could be about science. It could be about medicine. It could be health. In those areas, it could be the arts and culture. There is a certain area. It can keep on expanding, but there is certain expansion which I think is necessary for everybody. And I think that is something that, it can be inculcated. And I think it's important to do that. And in our country, one of the things is to celebrate the diversity, to celebrate what is around you to begin with, and then to expanding worlds of, just beyond your village and your society and your city, other peoples, other languages, other cultures, other foods, other music, to slowly expand your sort of, world to that. And I think to have an appreciation, you don't have to get into become a specialist in any one thing, and it shouldn't be compulsory at all. It should be something where your interests lead you, but to know about them. What's the point of only know the rules of cricket? As C.L.R. James, what do they of cricket know who only cricket know? I mean, the same way, that's the whole point of it. But to have an appreciation of things, so you don't have to be a cricket statistician and sort of, get into the minutiae of, in how many runs at a particular day when it was raining and whatever it is. If there's a nice story to it, is great. And to appreciate that. But to know enough to make it interesting and to appreciate it is important. And I think it helps you to savor that and to know a little bit more about that. And I think that is the area in which you need to appreciate and know things. And as human beings in the 21st century, as citizens of this country and as global citizens, there is certain something, and I think it's good to know about it. It's also important to know. Beyond that, it's where life and your experience and your interests take you. And I think we should be open to that. But we should not make it a compulsion. And I don't think it's something which should be an examination, but to enjoy that. Just like you can enjoy competition without wanting to, man, winning is everything or winning is the only thing. You have to have a healthy approach to competition and enjoy it. You can enjoy a parlor game without sort of having a killer instinct and, having to do that. And it's fun. Competition can be fun. And I think that's the approach you need to bring it. But if it's, make or break, or winner take all, that worries me. It should not be that.
One of my laments about adulthood is that we lose curiosity, in the sense that I think all children are naturally curious.
Yes.
They're always asking
Yes.
questions, and they're asking questions for their own sake, not that this will help me achieve
That's
something.
right. That's right.
And somehow as adults we lose that, and I'm thinking aloud and wondering if one way of rekindling that in some way is actually quizzing. Because quizzing is addictive because it's a
Yes.
game and there's competition. But then it can spark your brain to think in other directions. Have you seen that happening? Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, it should happen. And at one stage, people thought, hey, man, this is a revolution happening. When KBC first began, I'll take you back to those days in the year 2000. My God. One is the streets would go quiet. In a city like Mumbai, the traffic would thin. Restaurant business was affected. The cinema halls would have the business falling off. Then people started, like they do with cricket now, or IPL. They would the TV screens, before they said that no, you can't show it for whatever reasons. They tried to stop that. And you would go in a locality in Delhi, for instance, we were in Vasant Kunj. You'd go from street to street. All you heard was the music ringing out from the signature music which would go on. That was magical. But at that time, if you remember, things burgeoned. Books burgeoned on the street side books. People were doing things. They were going around. They were finding out about things. And I thought it was wonderful. And I thought there would be more of it. And not just because you could get on the show, but hey, it opened up doors and windows of your mind and, to what other things were possible. And I thought it was fantastic. Short while back, you were talking about an app, I think it was, that, sort of a innovation there that you tried, which made a go of it. So much was happening apart from wannabe shows. There were so many shows that, tried to do the same thing. And most of them came to grief. But there was something about this that made it work. But that didn't necessarily lead to the knowledge revolution that could have happened. Some people still say that it made a lasting impact on them. They say Quiz Time made an impact on them. They say Mastermind ran. And that's one of the things that I take some satisfaction from. We, the team, the shows was a catalyst and something good happened. I think one can draw some satisfaction out of that. That was never my aim in life. But once having got down to it, that's something you tried to make the most of and do it as best as you could. And if it worked, wonderful. And that was gratifying. But did the knowledge revolution happen? The way you see what's happening on WhatsApp universities, people believing any damn thing that comes in direction, is worrying. You have news channels claiming, okay, this city has been captured, this city has been shelled from the sea, this has happened, that has happened, and you wonder, hey man, you're a news channel. You have a responsibility beyond just sensationalizing things and exciting a few people. You have to find out about the things and not just report what somebody fed into your ear from one side or the other. Like that line from Hansal's movie, that if people listening are saying it's raining, you don't just report it. You look out and see if it's raining. I think that thing has to happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, and for my listeners who are wondering what is this KBC related thing that I tried, I was telling him that in 2000 we came up with this site called Crore Master, which no longer exists, no sign of it exists, where we created a game where there was an animated quiz master called Babu Moshai who would ask questions, and my quizzing friends put together for me some 8,000 questions. So we had a tremendous data bank, no repeats, and that was addictively viral, but we had to be hosted on VSNL because your backend server had to be closed so everything would happen quickly, and VSNL charged as per traffic. And there was just 1 month where we were number 2 in traffic in India between Rediff and Cricinfo. I forget in what order who was 1, who was 3, and that bankrupted the shit out of us, and we had to shut down. So that was quite an experience. But I mean, I have vivid memories of Quiz Time and Mastermind. So you actually did achieve that. Like, it is imprinted in my mind, for example, that the last season of Quiz Time was won by Rushi Anandan and Pradeep Mamania of
That's
R.A.
right.
Podar.
That's right.
Right. Like, so many of the other participants are, famous. Raghuram Rajan and Jayant Sinha were there for IIT.
Right.
My friend Joy, though I didn't know him then and didn't notice him then, was there in 88.
Jadavpur University.
Yeah, Rajdeep Sardesai for Xavier's.
Of course.
Though again, I didn't notice him then. But so these shows are part of the culture of a certain set of elites, which is a good way, before we go in for a break, to come to my second question about the second bubble that I found myself in. That one unfortunate bubble I did find myself in because of my elite English speaking urban upbringing was that I put Western culture on a pedestal. I would listen to rock, or Western classical or jazz or whatever. I would watch Hollywood, and I had a disdain for Indian culture and Bollywood and etc., which took many years to go. Thankfully, it went. In my adulthood, in my 20s, I kind of fell in love with all of those again. But there were a few years when I was a terrible culture snob. Now, from everything that one hears about you, you were the opposite of this. It has been said about you that you could quote Shakespeare and Tagore in equal measure by the time you were in college. You have mentioned that your dad liked to listen to Western classical music, but at the same time, all the Indian music is also all around you. And I think that is, in a sense, beautiful. Like, one of my favorite phrases that I learned on the show came from Sugata Srinivasa Raju, who described himself as a rooted cosmopolitan. And my lament has been that, yeah, of course I'm a cosmopolitan, but I'm not rooted enough, and one can try in later years to nurture some of the innate rootedness wherever it is. But if it feels like you are also, besides being a Renaissance man, as we have discussed earlier, you're also a rooted cosmopolitan. So tell me a little bit about this, the rootedness and the cosmopolitanness, the Shakespeare and the Tagore. Give me a sense of all of these different influences on you.
Amit, I'm not as rooted as I would have liked to be. I'm the only one in the family who can't read or write Bangla. Because so first 7 years we were in Bombay, we used to speak Bangla at home. But when things got serious, we would arguments, etc. It was in English, and then after this Delhi, and then after that sort of Chennai, back to Delhi, and college. I came back to Delhi and lived over there. But one thing I did learn was a respect Bangla literature, of course, because the family was aware of it. People around me were aware of the arts. Because our community there, among the family, friends and all, they were artists, painters. So you learn about the indigenous sort of roots of art, where it is and not Western. You learn to respect that. And there was a certain, it was inculcated in the family to begin with, and elsewhere where you saw, there was a certain respect for indigenous cultures. And in work too, when you found that you had to work, I don't know if I mentioned, we worked in 8 languages doing shows, for instance. Right? And in those languages, if you did knowledge shows, you learned again of how many Indias there are, because we would have to make, what I would take the team through who are doing content, a mind map. Because one of the wonderful things about the millionaire format, which is a populist Janta kind of quiz, is people could come from diverse educational backgrounds, societies, exposure, different sort of social segments. But also, if you go to Andhra, Telangana, whether you go to Kerala, it's a different world. Some things are pan-Indian, but most of it is not. If you were to ask an Assamese, name a contemporary Gujarati literature or a 19th century giant, or vice versa, what is the likelihood of anybody knowing? If you go to Tamil Nadu, if you go to Kerala, etc., what is who are the heroes? What are the things that you would know, for instance, and what are the things you also have to have, degrees of, how should I say, complexity and challenge within a quiz format, but others. But, you figure that this everybody would know, and this only some people would. So that's a challenge even on a KBC. But in languages, you have to figure out what it is. And then you realize how different it is especially in our developed language cultures. Things are completely sort of so distinct. especially in south and east of India. But even in the Hindi-speaking world, the number of dialects, the youngest language in this country is Hindi.
Yeah.
Bharatendu Harishchandra, and what happened after, and this sort of AIR kind of Hindi which has come in, that is literally post-independence. It is not a sort of, how should I say, a golden mean which is flying down from the Viman, for forever. It is very recent. And and that too, there are levels and levels of it. But if you travel from westernmost Rajasthan and to easternmost Bihar and Jharkhand, the Hindis being spoken are so varied. One side doesn't know what the other is speaking. From sort of from Mithila, speaking people, to what is spoken in Marwar and a particular kind of dialects, or Bundelkhandi, or what. It's vast worlds of difference over there, and one side doesn't necessarily understand the other at all. So there needs to be lingua francas, commonalities, but not a monolingual entity. That's one thing that you learn when you're getting into it. But this is something that you learn to respect and to have a regard for. At the same time, you have to find the commonalities too, and you need certain commonalities. That has been a learning experience for me, going through everything. Kashmiri, I explained to you, the Kashmiri KBC is one of the biggest challenges that we had, because there even the language now, the way things have developed, to arrive at a commonality or a language, or to the kind of script which can be followed universally, is a huge challenge. But that's something that has to be dealt with, and something that you have to find out. So it's been a learning in all of these areas. And there are people who've done, we are just, we parachute in and try to make something of it, but only out of respect. You can't make things work just as there's a magic wand, you have one sort of solution to it, and you do it like that, or makes everybody speak one language. That can't happen. But when you do that, you realize that, hey, some people have done wonderful work, and in each language has its magic, and how to let that come in. One of the things from the very first KBC, we had people calling and said, we've learned to appreciate the richness and the music of Hindi by listening to Bachchan speak it.
Wow.
So many people came to us from there. The Hindi Prachar Committee, who was what is his name? He used to, Ashok Chakradhar, used to do a lot of stuff. And he said, he came at one stage as a guest expert or something like that. And, he said, what we've been trying to do for years in Hindi Prachar, this one show has done it a different way. But if you hear it spoken beautifully, and language, and, in Bangla, there's a term called abritti, which is recitation or speaking, whether it's poetry, whether it's prose, or whatever it is. I don't know what the word for it is in Hindi is. I think Amitabh Bachchan is an exemplar of that, in the sense, the way he speaks the language or uses it, and so on and so forth. And that, of course, comes from his sanskar, is something that is there. I used to have from all sorts of people, including wives of industrialists, that I make my children sit down and listening to Hindi the way it is. That too can't be force-fed. You listen to it and you work it. Somebody who was a complete elitist, Roshan Seth, wonderful, terrific actor who used to do a lot of voicing in TV and films and so on and so forth. But in a sense, very much a sahab, who would say things to me like, Babu, what's wrong with India? It's India. But Roshan Seth said in an interview about Amitabh Bachchan, he said, on your show, what he teaches is the best of Indian manners, linguistically, in the way you respect the person sitting opposite you, the point of view, what he or she stands for, what he or she has gone through. That is one of the things. And, Roshan put it in his words in that way. He put it as manners, But the language, if it expresses a certain, how should I say, tehzeeb, a certain sanskar in the best way possible, is something that, happens. And that's something you learn to respect. And that happens in the other languages too. Chiranjeevi speaks Telugu beautifully. And I don't understand Telugu, but because of the colleagues and things like that, I find out कि अच्छा इसने इस तरह से इसको कहा, ये कहा, and in different languages that's what it is. That's how you. So I don't know how rooted I am, but I certainly have I've learned to respect for roots and culture, which I think we really need to have in this country.
I want to ask you about two opposing forces, even two opposing impulses, the second of which I wasn't actually aware of until recently, which have to do with languages. Like, one of the laments the translators who've come on my show have expressed, and I think Sugata first said it, is that the languages don't talk to each other, that the different languages will get translated into English, but they won't get translated to each other. So a Gujarati novel won't get translated to Tamil, which is why, as a point you correctly made, that you cannot ask a Tamilian about a famous Gujarati literary figure, because how will the poor guy know?
Yeah.
Now, there are two forces at play here. One force is the sort of the equalizing force of the lingua franca, as it were, whether it is English or whether it is Hindi in the Hindi heartland, which at one level is necessary and good because it is a common language of communication.
Yes.
And people can understand each other. But at another level, there is a danger of it being a great flattening force, where all of these beautiful dialects like Bhojpuri and Maithili and all those dialects, like every 10 miles the language changes. Those have a danger of getting flattened out completely. And that's one force, that homogenization that one worries about. But there's an interesting opposing force I came to know about when I did an episode with Vinay Singhal, who has this company called Stage, where he said he's building a Netflix for Bharat, but not a Netflix for Bharat in terms of Hindi content or Tamil content, but in terms of the dialects. So they've got Haryanvi and Bhojpuri and all of those dialects. And that has proved to be wildly popular beyond, anyone's expectations, where he says that kids in small towns now come to him and say that, until I downloaded your app, I was ashamed of speaking in this Bhojpuri way and I would try to speak in Hindi. But now I'm not ashamed anymore. You've made me proud. And it almost feels as if technology and markets, which you earlier thought were producing the homogenization and the flattening sound, are now producing something else which is beautiful. And I think both of these forces are important.
Yes.
You need the lingua franca, but you also want all of these to stay alive, because if they die, a lot of culture and thought dies, which you cannot come back. So what do you feel about these different sort of countervailing forces?
What I was talking about, of course you need the lingua franca, because without that you would not have a functioning kind of, what do you call it, language for law, for science, for all the rest of it. And English has served that function. But equally, like you said, it's been a flattening force. Let's face it, what you call elitism is a kind of Brahminism in the worst sense, not in the sense of elevatedness or, sort of, how should I say, education or whatever it is, in the sense that it's exclusivist. It excludes others. It should not be, it should include. And I think that's very important. But I think the initiatives like what you mentioned, where you can celebrate, listen to your language, understand it, glory in it, but also sort of understand the nuances, get a better understanding, that needs to happen. How can these coexist interdependently and at the same time is something that needs to happen? And we need to find a sort of, I think I'm told, and I'm not sure, I can't find the exact place, was it Nehru who said that one way to understand India is to think of herself almost like a continent and not just like Europe. You have so many languages, foods, cultures, and so on and so forth. We do in our country too. There are some things which unify us, so that also unity in diversity, in terms of language, in terms of culture, is something that we have to aspire towards and do. Is there a simple solution? I don't know. But there are movements in that direction, and that needs to happen. And that's the direction I think we need to work towards, instead of making it all a monolith, a monoculture. a monolingual, monoreligious kind of thing. And in Hinduism, to try and impose that is ridiculous, because that was never what the religion was.
On those wise words, let's take a quick commercial break and give ourselves a diverse lunch, and then we'll resume after that. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. A diverse lunch is over, filled with many different kinds of dishes with no discrimination towards one or the other. And we are finally back. So, Siddharth, before the break, we got as far as your school days, KV and IIT Chennai, and then eventually, of course, you moved to Delhi. I'm very keen to know about your college years in Delhi, Stephens, and then Hindu, because that seems to be where a lot of the formative stuff, especially you're falling in love with theatre, starts to happen. So tell me about that.
Thanks. And thanks to you and Jasmine for a wonderful lunch with viands, choice viands.
There were no viands. What are you saying?
Viands. What I meant is, morsels of different kinds, which was put out there. Yes. So to go back to Delhi, we used to join college when we were just over 16, 17, as a matter of fact. And that was St. Stephen's. My family was then in Chennai. And so I came here, and my amanuensis was Amit Jairam, who was the younger brother of a classmate and good friend of my older sister, who was Aruna Roy, and her husband Bankar Roy, who was in St. Stephen's. Aruna was then in the IAS, and my teacher earlier had taught at Indraprastha College. And they were my local guardians, so I moved in with them. And Amit was my guide through initially Delhi theatre as well as St. Stephen's, so that I got into college. My association with theatre had actually begun way before. I was about 7 years old. My mother and Mekhla Jha, they used to run something called a Sunday school at the Ramakrishna Mission. Mekhla Jha she used to do a lot of social work, was very active, as was my mother in that field. And her husband was L.K. Jha, who was principal secretary, all kinds of various things in the Indian civil service. And at that time, Mekhla Jha used to direct plays. The first play she directed was at the auditorium at the Ramakrishna Mission in Paharganj, and she cast me, it was played by children, in the role of Sri Ramakrishna. The next year it was something to do with Buddha. Again, I had a role to do. So I got a taste of theatre very early on. In school, I used to find myself being asked to read aloud lessons, various things, for elocution competitions and that kind of thing. That was an interest. In school in Madras, again, this was something that continued. I did a couple of plays. There's something called a All India Kendriya Vidyalaya meet, even at that time. So I was sent first in the 9th and then in the 11th, which was my last year. 2 years going at the All India Kendriya Vidyalaya meet. And the first time I went, there was a sort of play which was done, a 45-minute play in Sanskrit.
Wow.
It was a Sanskrit translation, adaptation of a Leo Tolstoy play.
Wow.
Okay. It was, I think Tolstoy's play was where love is God is, and in Sanskrit it was uh, Prema Yatra, Ishvara Tatra, I think, whatever it is. I won a Best Actor award for that. So, and our school had done exceptionally well in the sense that it had gone on the merit list and things like that. So it was a special large contingent. Normally just two people go. And then I was sent back in the 11th, I think. And I think there was a little play called Man in a Bowler Hat, which we staged. Again, I'd done that. So theatre was an ongoing thing. In school itself, I used to often be asked to read at assembly. And I used to be given some freedom of choice. It could be a poem, it could be whatever I wanted, to read out. So obviously, that was something which was a sense of theatre, immediacy, immediate response, which I got a taste of and I used to enjoy. So that was always an interest. I used to read, of course, and literature was was a logical thing. I would have liked to actually, after school, I know, applying to several medical colleges, taking tests, and I didn't make the cut. But fortunately, because of that, and because in school, I'd played both volleyball and football for the school, and I was football captain. So on the basis of all those, I got admission to St. Stephen's, and thanks, of course, to the good offices of Bunker and what he knew, and my sister taught, and the principal of IP College, I was admitted to St. Stephen's College. Before that, Amit had introduced me to some people, somebody who had just come to Delhi, Barry John, and who was a Britisher, who in those days had turned his back on England and Western values, as it were, first come to Bangalore, now Bengaluru, as a sort of teacher of English, but had moved to Delhi doing theatre. Joy Michael of Yatrik had brought him to Delhi. And they were in Shriram Center because there was a Yatrik Shriram Center Association, and Marcus Murch, who famously of the Shakespeareana group with the Kendalls, he used to tour, and he was sort of picked up when he was very small, very witty, very, suave and thought on his feet. And those two people were there in Delhi. I was introduced to them. So even before I did anything at college in St. Stephen's, there was a play called Mixed Doubles, a medley of plays, which had the who's who of Delhi English language theatre for a Yatrik production, which Barry directed. And I had the role, and there were about 4 or 5 things in between the playlets that there were in different characters that I would step down from the apron of the stage and perform to a paying public from Delhi. Yeah. And Yatrik was the premier English language group. And it was well reviewed. So that was very early. That was a good start, and I was encouraged by that. Then I joined college, and college at that time was, St. Stephen's had just about 500 or 600 students, but it had a great staff, and it had a society of culture of societies, beg your pardon. There were 32 separate societies on different kind of subjects. There was a Shakespeare Society, there was a Dramatic Society, there was the English Literary Society, there was the informal discussion group at night, after dinner over coffee, and we had thought leaders coming in from all over with wonderful discussions. There were so many hiking clubs, you name it. So there was an active culture of, doing that kind of thing. The first play, I think, was Benjamin Gilani. Benji was then teaching at college before he went to Film Institute and came here. He did a play called Peter Schaffer's Royal Hunt of the Sun. I was just part of the chorus. The next was a Shakespeare play, which was Merchant of Venice, which one of our lecturers did, Sunil Chand. I played the Prince of Morocco in absolutely bravura style as he wanted me to, and there was appreciation, which was very encouraging. The next year, because of our association with Barry and Yatrik, Shakespeare Society St. Stephen's got ambitious, and they invited Barry to direct the college play for Dramsoc. It was called Disorderly Women, which was a contemporary take on a Greek play. This was, remember, post-Woodstock. So all, it was in modern costume, long hair. There was a rock band in the balcony. There was Dionysus character in the play who roared up on a motorbike onto the aisle. There were 7 very attractive actresses from Miranda House as well as Lady Shri Ram College, and it created a sensation. It went on to a production of Hamlet in modern costume, designed by Faisal Al-Qazi, Ibrahim Al-Qazi's son, but Barry again was asked to direct. I played Polonius in that, full of his saws and maxims and aphorisms as an old man character. And we toured with that play to Doon School. And we performed in the Rose Bowl, which is a sort of open-air, lovely theatre with wonderful acoustics with a bamboo grove as backdrop. And then we went to Mayo College as well with the play. So we all travelled together, and that taste. And because Barry was pushing the envelope in terms of not in just what in television terms we call production values, but in thinking through character, interplay, characterization, more than what was just amateur, because he had an arts college background, and characterization in body, not just in words, in how you took that through, how you built up moments, and how music was used in every kind of way. That led, at the end of my second year, in the summer of 73, to a theatre group that was formed, which became a sort of benchmark of experimentation, of excellence in theatre, certainly English language theatre. It was called Theatre Action Group, or TAG. And I was part of the dozen or so of the founding members of the performance that summer. There was an intensive workshop of a good few months. We prepared a production of a play called A Macbeth by Charles Marowitz, who used Shakespeare's text entirely, reconstructed it as a collage, playing up the themes of the play, the study of power, of the dynamic between Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, and the politics of it all, but also the occult. And the interpretation was in the style of theatre of cruelty, which was not naturalistic at all. It was very stylized, it was very kinetic, and you used not just words, but voice too, and very fluid movements and formations and, sort of groupings and how you did it. That was one part of the thing. We did a workshop, shared it. That was a triple days program. So in the morning, we would do a child's knockabout play. It was called How Jan Klassen Cured the King, a Danish name, but it was slapstick comedy for kids, very physical humor, pratfalls, all the rest of it. Then we would do a workshop. It would involve teachers, students from schools, colleges, everything. And in the evening, we would perform A Macbeth. We were an ensemble of about 15 or 16 of us. And we toured so many of the schools and colleges of Mussoorie and the Simla Hills, and institutions too, and public shows at Gaiety Theatre. And it was fantastic. And we lived as an ensemble. That means you lugged equipment together, you set up lights, you performed, you did the workshops, you did occasional leg dems, you did this and that. And remember, we were 17 going on 18. I mean, that was the age. It was heady. And it was wonderful. Also, you were pushing the boundaries of theatre. When we came back to Delhi, we did public shows at IFAX, is one of the main halls there, Kamani, at St. Stephen's too, and so on and so forth. Packed halls, and we wowed Delhi at that point of time. So it was a very heady feeling. And one thing led to the other then. TAG did a number of sort of, Waiting for Godot was the next production and so on. So there was then, even if it did social comedy and so forth, Mrs. Gandhi as Prime Minister would come to see the plays. And the who's who of Delhi, and very discerning theatre people, lovers, young people. And that became, if I could have made theatre a calling, I would have. And we tried very hard to do that kind of stuff. In college, we were doing that. But next year, I became the secretary of the Shakespeare Society. When we'd formed earlier doing Hamlet, I was assistant secretary. That too, when we came back to college with that play, we did it not in the auditorium, but outside the dining hall, using that as a sort of facade. And the ghost appeared on top. The lighting was like that. It was interesting. It was done in a very interesting way. And because then you started dreaming differently. And at college, I got overambitious. I wanted to do Midsummer Night's Dream. I wanted to do In the Forecourt with, the college sort of, facade in the background, so on and so forth. And then one of the staff advisors said, no, we need to go back to, old ways. So I quit. My son much later became Secretary Sheikh Sawkins. He saw the year through it. But I kept doing theatre. Talking up old men characterizations became one of my specialities. There was an Italian lady, later Barry took over, of course, because she was uncertain. She did a classic Italian farce in the Commedia dell'arte style, and I played Pantalone, from which actually the Polonius character came, the old codger who sort of, did things. So I was experimenting with characterizations, roles, but also how to develop sort of theatre. And I directed one of my first plays for TAG. It was a open theatre experiment called Calm Down Mother. There was another one which Barry directed. It was a double bill called Keep Tightly Closed in a Cool, Dry Place. And that was 3 men. This was 3 women. My play had 3 women who became prominent in very different ways. One was Lilette, who was my classmate doing my MA. One was Menika Gandhi. The other one was Jyotsna Jamal, Dr. Karan Singh's daughter, who went on to do lots of things in life. So, and the other play we did, interestingly, is Keep Tightly Closed. Once there was a Harold Clurman, who was a leading light of group theatre from the United States, had come at USIS. We did the plays. Clurman then critiqued our play. And what is all this montage production? Because even in A. Macbeth, to just go back to it, there were 3 Macbeths. I was one of the Macbeths. Men played witches. Later, after one of the players had an accident, Barry played one of the witches. And everything was guiding. Everything was very dramatic. So, sometimes as other Macbeths, we played alter egos. Sometimes we would echo sounds for effect. The deed is done. What should I do with the dagger, the dagger, the dagger, the dagger? It would go. It was very polyphonic. The productions. And there were gliding movements, there were effects, there were chants, there was, you used your voice in different ways. There was humming. You created a sort of sound and atmosphere and forests you evoked, and all that kind of thing we were doing as actors. We were going forward in the direction. Then later, in the summer of 75, I did A. Macbeth in Kolkata for Red Curtain, which was effectively, while doing A. Macbeth, we were all paid a little stipend, but the first time I got paid a fee for something was in the Red Curtain play. As a 19-year-old, I think 400 rupees I got as Red Curtain, and Jayant Kriplani, a very good friend now. He played Macbeth in that. Gulan, his wife, played one of the things. And a number of interesting people. Onkar Goswami, who's an economist. I don't know if you've heard of him. He used to be an anchor. He played one of the roles. So it was a very interesting cast. Then we did other very interesting productions at TAG. For me, some of the things that my pehchan in Delhi was really as an actor. And then I started doing workshops and directing. Well, one of the things I did, this was in 76, was it was Ted Hughes' adaptation of Seneca's Oedipus. I played Oedipus. Lilette played Jocasta. But it was a cast of about 60. Mostly with a chorus, jute rags and that kind of thing. And Paramveer, who's to be a classical musician, but who took to avant-garde stuff, created sounds with crumpling paper, with tin foil, with wood blocks and all the rest of it. And it was a huge, huge success in Delhi. People still remember that play. There was a theatre festival with, sort of well-known theatre groups in different languages. Ghasiram Kotwal was huge. Vinod Nagpal, very good actor, singer. He was playing the lead role in that. But I got the Best Actor award that year. So I was, very sort of, chuffed by that and encouraged by that, but also by the kind of theatre we were doing. I tried after that. So doing my master's, that was one of the things I wanted to do. And I knew my dad would be concerned because there was no Jaidad, and he was, he'd retired. And while you live like a king while you're in there, there was not, there's things stored away that you could do it. So while I was going through college, I was earning my pocket money from radio mainly, and voicing and that kind of things, because that's what you did at Yuvani and General Overseas Service. You did announcements and you're reading, and readings of novels and things, which today audiobooks and things have started happening. But I earned a lot of my pocket money through that, and a modest sort of expense from my father. At that time, he was retired, and it was he was for a brief while in Ranchi and then in Kolkata, and so I had to fend for myself. In theatre, there was no livelihood. 1 year I tried. I did plays for colleges, for schools. I did a workshop at Northeast Hill University and so on and so forth, but it was not happening. And then the film things happened, and I learnt about it. And the funniest thing is, Ramesh Chandra, who was the Times of India, he was called Tangawala Charlie because he was a trade union leader for the Tangawalas from Lahore. And he was for the longest time the drama critic of the Times of India. He was the one who gave me a good review, and subsequently for that first play I did in Delhi, Mixed Doubles. He was a very little guy. There was a car called a Standard Herald. I had some friends at UNDP who told me about Operation Flood, which was about to happen. There were no Mother Dairy sort of kiosks and, all the rest of it over there. Milk was in short supply, and he was telling me about it. So I wanted to learn about filmmaking. I knew a little about this outfit called Television News Features. I was hitching a ride from Defense Colony to India International Center, and I saw this headless car, because he was a little guy in the Standard Herald, you couldn't see, and suddenly stopped, and out popped Charlie Chandar with a bald pate. He said, "What are you waiting for? Come, come, come." We used to hitch rides at that time. That was the big thing. Till Sanjay Chopra, Geeta Chopra, and the murder thing happened, the way to get around in Delhi's vast distances with a terrible bus services was hitching rides. He said, and he asked me grandly, well, he wasn't grand. He asked me, "So what are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to make a film." He said, "On what?" He said, "Operation Flood." He said, "Why don't you come and work with us?" And television news features, he was the first director of Doordarshan, Kendra in Delhi. He had joined television news features, which in a evolved avatar, we now know as ANI, the news agencies. At that time, Asian News used to be, they used to do a lot of news for Viz News, which was Reuters and all the rest of it for international stuff. And television news features was the two sort of, features they used to do for Doordarshan, the only ones in the entire country. That's how I came to 16mm film and learning the grammar and the ropes of filmmaking, program making, putting it all together. Because I couldn't make a go of theatre. I occasionally did plays again. Years later, I did there was Amadeus, in which I did another production in Kolkata, which was Equus. Then we did Amadeus. I played Mozart in that. And there was A Fool for Love, another play which was trying to remember the name. The Sam Shepard. So there was a 4-person with Pam Rooks, who was then a little kid in the group. We did it together. Little kid meaning young. So those are some of the theatre things I did. Much later, I did a play. We did 40, 50, 60 shows all over the country and even in the Gulf, called Dance Like a Man.
Mahesh Dattani's.
Yeah, that's right. The first 45. Then it became too much later. It moved to Bombay, and we used to call it. And the tickets, fares used to be, complimentary from all the various airlines which had just come up. If you remember, East West and the various names which are now escaping me. But then sometimes they would cancel flights and things. So I found myself paying for the privilege of coming to some distant town and playing. And I couldn't do it. Was too much. It got too hectic. So I stepped back. But that play is still going on. They've done, I don't know what, 1,000 sort of shows of that all over the world. And it's a nicely put together play. And Mahesh is a friend. And that's what had happened. So in theatre, after that, much as I would have liked to, I could not continue theatre because it needs a sustained period of time to rehearse and to get it together, to do it in a fixed point chart. And then we had got into television production. At a certain stage, we moved to Mumbai and big ticket shows where there's too much at stake and you have to be on call all the time because of something or the other that happens. So I could never do more of it, much as I would have liked to. Still can't. At a stage where your stamina is different and what you can play also is very different. But hey, I do that, and But I have done a few acting roles at the request of friends, really. Uh, and I find I don't really enjoy this whole business of acting for screen because the start and stops and waiting and, the discontinuity is too much. But at the ripe age of 59, I made a debut in Shujit's Madras Cafe. I don't know whether you've seen it. But it's a political thriller, and for its time, very well made, I think. I was effectively the raw chief, intelligence chief in that. So that was something that, I enjoyed doing. Again, for friends, on occasion, I've done things. The last thing I did was for Baman in a film called Mehta Boys, which I think, again, has turned out very well. A tiny role. I've done a Malayalam film, which was also done in Tamil, which has been hugely successful. The Malayalam one was called How Old Are You? Very unlikely title, but typically of Malayalam films. Very interesting theme. Comeback film of Manju Warrior after 14 years. I think she quit acting when she was 21, having won I don't know how many state awards, national awards and all that. She came back after, I think there was something to do with the marriage, having come apart, and she made a comeback. In the film, there's this firebrand character in college. Her husband gets called away to Ireland. He does radio or something like that. The daughter fires off a letter to the president saying, what is the retirement age of a woman's dreams? President asked to see the mother who doesn't know what it's about. I play the president. I come and I meet and she faints. She's spooked so much by the security and this and that, everything, and becomes everybody, the media reports her a shame and so on. But alongside, she plays a lowly government officer. She does rooftop cultivation. And that's the story of the film. Of how one thing leads to the other. She becomes a spokesperson and an advocate, and it works tremendously. And that's a comeback. And at the end, the president meets you saying you made your weakest point your strength, and you bounced back from it. And that's what it's all about. And it did 100 nights, which was huge. So, very happy to play a part in it, but I really don't enjoy the screen acting. In theater, you project.
Mhm.
So you have to get used to sort of, dialing it down. Baman used to keep telling me, dial it down, dial it down. And he lived very closely with me in Mehta Boys for the longest time. Father-son dynamic, I played the son's boss. And, but if you see the play, such controlled, the movie, such controlled performances. And he lived with it for 9 years, Baman did.
Wow.
From script to end. He co-wrote the script with the Oscar-winning scriptwriter Alex de Laurentiis, who wrote Birdman.
Hmm.
But he wrote, directed, acted, and produced Mehta Boys. So I was happy to be part of that because it's a very interesting film about father-son dynamics, actually. All to do with acting, performances, different themes, works. So there you are.
You should have told Baman that, boss, you can't ask Bengalis to dial it down. Like, what do you think? We are made for drama.
Theatre walas. I think theatre walas.
Yeah. So let's go back to theatre. It strikes me that had there been a Siddhartha Basu who never discovered theatre, that person would be a very different person. I'm guessing that everything you learned, not just about theatre, but about life, from not just from Barry, but the people you played with, the ensemble you traveled with, etc., would have changed you and made you a different person at the end of that process. So tell me a little bit about that. What are the theatre lessons you learned from Barry? What are the life lessons you learned during that period? How did you change?
A very important lesson, life lesson that impacted a number of us who were part of that group was how Barry managed to survive as an artist. Single room, Barsati in Jangpura, or, for the longest time, every possible square millimeter wall space with books. Whatever little money he would spend on the most expensive books, and what a collection, what a library he had, and varied kinds of things. And there was a monastic aspect and austerity to what he did, but he stuck it out. That was a life lesson which a lot of us took and said, hey, you sacrifice, but as long as you're doing. One of the reasons I didn't continue in theater, I wasn't looking for a luxurious life, but I had to feed myself. Roti, kapda, makan, at the most basic level. He managed to do it, living through very tough times, but he managed to do it. For us, I tried, but it didn't happen, which is one of the reasons why I took to making, even at very sort of nominal earnings on film. For 8 years almost, I did that. So that was one thing. But in theater itself, one was the examination and exploration of themes. The other one was the art of theater, that there is not just one kind of theater. There's just not one kind of performance or one way to do it. There's not just proscenium theater. One of the plays I directed, I should have mentioned. I did a couple of plays directed. Even after leaving St. Stephen's from across the road, I joined Hindu because they gave me a room. And in St. Stephen's, after a certain stage, there are very limited rooms for postgraduates. One of the plays I directed was an open theatre production. It was called The Serpent Ceremony, which I did at the chapel at St. Stephen's in the round with an ensemble of 16 people. Meera Naya, who had acted in my production of A Macbeth in Kolkata, she was part of it, and she introduced me to somebody who became my wife in The Serpent. But The Serpent was the book of Genesis interpreted in contemporary terms, what it means, and was entirely kinetic in its language. Again, chants, sounds, effects, body, formations, birth, so-and-so begat, so-and-so begat, so-and-so began, and so as a very visual, physical thing that happened in front of your eyes. That was one production that I enjoyed doing, and the whole ensemble, it was a fantastic thing which came out of a workshop. Very intensive work with the body and the voice, which are the tools that we have apart from the words and the facial expressions. The next year, environmental theatre we were exploring. There was a wonderful group, Richard Schechner's group, which was touring, and they had done a fantastic production of Mother Courage at the Modern School Gymkhana. And so I did a play of The Rebel Baal by Bertolt Brecht at the reading room at Stephens, and the entire area was defined by ropes, done in different ways, and people sat everywhere and they followed the action. So that was another production that we experimented with form. And Brecht again is not natural, but we also did it in the environmental way, sort of staged it in that way. What I wanted to do was push the boundaries, and not just annual plays where, everybody's in costume and does something or the other. Those opportunities were not coming. How could you convince somebody as a 21-year-old to say, okay, now this is what you have to do with your play and do and do forth? I didn't have that bandwidth and I couldn't do it. But those were the things learned. In terms of subject area, how do you do it? How do you explore it? And the little plays that we did, at festivals, at college festivals and all the rest of it, we were experimenting with the content, what we were saying with the content, but also how we were presenting it in different ways. Naturalistic theatre too was there, and you did it and you controlled it in a particular way. But that was not all. There's much more to it, and you wanted to push the boundaries. It's like, in art, you do sort of, conventional portraits and, but you think that's too superficial, that's too photographic. You want to go beyond that. In theatre, we wanted to do that. We want to push past the fourth wall and do different things. And those opportunities were few and far between. That was not happening. Which is why I looked for other things to do. And one of those things led to film, and learned it. And then quite by accident, quizzing happened. That's another story.
There's an interesting disjunction that happens when one gets so deeply into something when one is young. That is, when I think of you, during this time, you were working with people like Barry and doing all of these things and directing your own plays, and at a certain level, achieving a certain kind of mastery in this new craft which you were learning in the ways that you throw your voice or project yourself, or just the way that you design a play and put it together. And there is a mastery there, there's a consummate control of the craft. I guess all of that is happening. You are the king of that domain when you're in that moment and in that place. But at the same time, you're a young man. You're 18, you're 19, you're 20. Hormones must be raging in different ways. You have the typical youthful anxieties all of us do of how do I fit into this world, and you want to impress other people. At the same time, you want to find yourself. And so there is the certainty of the artist who is finding both passion and mastery in the craft, but there is also at the same time the awkwardness of the young person trying to find their way in the young world. So paint me a portrait of you as an artist, as a young man.
That was our last novel during a bachelor's days, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man with Joyce. That last line, I go forth for the millionth time to experience so on and so forth, and forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race.
Oh my God, you remember the line.
And that was very, very motivating. And in our innocence and naivete and sort of idealism, that is what we wanted to do. I wanted to do. And I tried in my own way to do that, but I had to feed myself. So I was living literally with a roomie in a garage, with collapsible doors, sleeping on the floor in a little sort of privy to ourselves, and a kind couple who sort of, would feed us from time to time. Otherwise, you ate in dhabas and did that. So we did all that. Then we stayed in a Barsati for a while where the roof was asbestos. So Delhi summer, you can imagine what it was like. So went through all of that. However, was I being able to do what I was trying to do? I tried. Even while doing film, that is what I wanted to eventually do. I wanted to get to cinema if I could, make the kind of films I do. And I was trying to figure out what can you do in that space. And remember, parallel cinema was then peaking. And even in theatre, we were trying to do things. We lived through the emergency, 75 to 77, which was grim. And during that time, Barry did a production of Marasad for Theatre Action Group. If you know the themes that dealt with, what was happening around and how you sort of go with it. So the thought that maybe you could do subversive work and sort of make it be counted, we thought that, let's give it our best shot wherever we can. Us tarah se hua nahi. And later through the film thing, this is one thing that I wanted to do. I had assisted, sort of helped Pradeep when he won a national award for a script he did called Massey Saab. He wanted me to play Massey. And I was about to. NFDC didn't want this unknown called Siddhartha Basu to do Massey. And so it was waiting 1.5, 2 years at one stage between documentaries on and off and waiting for it, but it didn't happen. And I had known Anita now for almost 8 years. And then there was an opportunity to say, there was a friend, Ravi Dubey, who was part of our group. He was at the Taj, and Lilette was married to him, and said, I want to do stuff while I'm doing this. And said, they're looking for somebody to do stuff in town, which is performances, theatre, shows. Why don't you go and meet him? I met somebody called Camellia Punjabi, who was the reigning queen on marketing at the Taj. And she said, what would you do? What could you do? And I said, you're part of the hotel. You could give back in these many ways. You can do theatre for children. You can do shows. You can do, classical music festivals. You can do, jam sessions. You can do this and that and the other. She said, you're on. And I needed a white collar job to be able to marry because my wife's a Kashmiri Pandit. Her parents were in England and so on and so forth. And she'd lasted out that time. She was a journalist and sort of trained journalist. She was then at India Today, which was the leading news magazine of the time. So I took that job for 2 years. During that job, what things we did to the hotel. Everything from non-aligned meet heads of government got together, Commonwealth heads of government, World Energy Conference, and so forth. At that level, as a one-person army, as the cultural attaché, as they call it, we would mount things which would involve hundreds of performances and shows of different kinds. We did classical music festivals, we did classical dance, we did everything. At the Taj Palace, there was a wonderful dynamic general manager called Subir Bhaumik. When they opened the Tea House of the August Moon, we commissioned that play as a musical in town, which I enjoyed doing. And I roped in Chang, who was a Chinese captain of the restaurant, to play it. He wasn't happening. Barry wasn't getting through to him. Then I showed him a movie of Marlon Brando playing the same role in the movie, and he performed it, and he stole the show. Wonderful design, because Suman Jayakrishnan had designed the sets. It was so and so. It made waves. And hotels, they have to occupy things. They did shows in the morning, kids' plays in the morning, jam sessions in the underground sort of hall where we had a group. I put together a group that time at a kind of super group, wonderful musicians. There were 7 of them, so I called it Lyra. One of them composed the music for our first quiz show, Loy Mendonça, who's part of Shankar Ehsaan Loy. But then there were other very gifted musicians in that group too. Gussie Rick, who now teaches sort of music mainly. There was Jenny, who used to sing. Sid Roberts used to do a wonderful Louis Armstrong. And, there was Sabby on the sax. It was an outstanding Carl Peters, a major bassist who was world class. We put that group together. I had great fun at the hotel, but did as much as I could. But when I was at the hotel, when these foreign groups would come and they watch something and they said, "Yaar, Tachi kuch bol na, kya dekh rahe hain?" So I used to sort of MC by default. I used to MC New Year's shows. Some of my ex-buddies from TVNF days, Sanjay Kak, the documentarist, one of them, Ishwari Bajpai, who later joined NDTV, was the other one of them. They were producing a pilot of a show called Safecracker. And in the afternoon, Sanjay said, "Oh, kya kar raha hai yaar?" I said, "Kuch nahi." And he said, "Suit pehna hua hai." That used to be the default sort of, uniform at the hotel. And I said, "Hi." He said, "Just, well, we are at Kamani, that's down the road from you. Just come and introduce the show. Give it a rah-rah thing." I said, "Well, who, what, where?" He said, "Come now, we'll tell you." So in 2 minutes, I had to introduce Siddhartha Basu, venerable quizmaster from Kolkata Open Quizzing Days, who was then managing director for something called Mercury Travels. And there was a group of sort of, dummy mock participants. Sagarika Ghosh was the scorer. Anita was one of the participants, but there was also Kanti Vajpayee, Baj's brother, who now Singapore, he was major international relations person from JNU, and then principal of Doon for a while. He's now in Singapore. There was Pawan Varma, who later became, joined the firm. There was Debu Chakravarti, who was also a sort of flautist. And all of these guys were contestants. I don't know what the show is about. I remember something to do with that. Having done that, about a month later, I got a call saying, the sponsors and Doordarshan all saying, "Why don't you host it?" And that's my first exposure to quizzing.
And that show was Quiz Time.
Quiz Time, a national inter-college contest. We went on for 1 year on the only network in the country on Doordarshan. Sunday 9 p.m. became Quiz Time. We did 3 seasons of it. The next year was a shorter season, and then after that I did. So next year I took over the content as well as, other aspects of it in the year. And I joined the company. I left the hotel. It was scary because Rosa, that's Anita, my wife, she was about 7 months pregnant when I did it. And I did the play and I chucked up the job. The company that made it, ITV, which was a Sanjay Dalmia company, I joined them as a program director. But then it was that in that interim that it began. And luckily it took off. But questions have dogged my every step since then.
Amazing story. And how did Partha Basu react to this? Because for him, this must be like, Pete Best of the Beatles, the drummer before Ringo Starr came in, or,
his daughter then later interned with us and he was a real gentleman. Those are different times, I think. The open quizzing style was different when you have to do television within a certain amount of time. One of the things I used to have to do at the hotel was they used to have videos, tapes, which Ronnie Screwwala's company used to run, various films and programs. which they used to give from time to time, and I had to program that and watch that and what was going on when, and all the time in the hotel. One of the things I saw a lot of were quizzes and game shows, and learned the sort of grammar and vocabulary and the structure of how that worked. So that had sort of gotten to me. So that how you have to how stagecraft is adapted to that, how it works, how much you have to say, how little you have to say. Now in open quizzing, it's a different kind of thing altogether, So it's more leisurely, it's more sort of, conversation. The structure is not so structured and all that. So how do you do all that? And the duration of those programs is 24 minutes. And with breaks and all, it came to even less. So you had to accomplish a certain amount of stuff in that. So I think, I don't know, all considered, maybe they wanted a young person to do it. So Partha was very gentleman about it. I didn't hear much about it, but later got to know him. He was in Mastermind, in the very first Mastermind, he was a participant. And his daughter interned with us for a while. So that was, to answer your question, that was not an issue. It didn't become an issue, fortunately.
It almost feels like all the qualities that you polished in your career up till then actually made you the perfect person to do this, in the sense that theatre gave you the sense of stagecraft and how to build something like this. In your television years, you described before the break, that gave you the rigor and the respect for truth over facts, and
the research.
And the research that you put in. And equally, while you were in the Taj, that gave you the ability to do that kind of event management where you're putting everything together and constructing things tightly. So it almost came naturally.
And language too, from literature. How do you express things crisply and yet imaginatively and yet hook interest in how you put it together? Question writing, at the end, it's partly art, partly science, because there has to be veracity. You can't mislead, but at the same time, you have to phrase things in a certain way where you evoke the interest and give away enough clues or sort of, guidelines to what you want to get out of it. So I think the literature and the reading and the writing really helped.
Give me an example of exactly that a mundane question, but then the phrasing makes it come alive.
There are so many instances, who's the first air chief of India is different from who was the first air chief of India after independence, is different from who was the first Indian air chief of the Indian Air Force after independence. They're different things altogether. They're different people, a different point of view. And most people don't know about it. The first chief of the Indian Army before Cariappa was Roy Butcher. I mean, and that's not known. Then Cariappa came in and whatever it is, and for a long time, till it was only in 56, effectively, Subrata Mukherjee became the sort of chief of the Indian Air Force. So till then, there were sort of, Britishers mainly who were doing it. One of the live quizzes, we tease people and say, who has been the only queen of Pakistan, the head of state of Pakistan? Do you have an answer to that?
The only queen of Pakistan? Tell me. I mean, I guess would have happened during the transition in 47, where it was part of the British Empire.
You're getting there. Warm.
So, what, Elizabeth?
Yes, Elizabeth II. Indeed. Because the first president of Pakistan was Iskandar Mirza, which was way into the 50s. So, in the sense of, so that's effectively, the head of state. That's how it works.
Was the queen? Wow, interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that. Yeah.
So, well, veracity, if you probe further, maybe it doesn't hold up to that extent or whatever. People say Benazir Bhutto, Fatima Jinnah, they think of so many people and it goes in so many directions, but that's exactly what it is. But language and words make such a difference, and we've learned that you have to be very careful in, what you say, how you ask for, but at the same time evoke an interest. Sometimes it's misdirection. If I were to ask you, something that I asked a lot in my life quizzes and instances, what is the southernmost tip of India? Which country, let me revise that. Which country neighbors the southernmost tip of India?
I am certain I'm going to get this wrong.
No, you may not.
I mean, the standard answer would be Sri Lanka, right?
No. Keep going. Try a few other places.
My geography is very bad. This could be embarrassing.
Broadly.
Not a Maldives or something.
No.
The southernmost tip of India.
Okay. I'll help you. It's not on the mainland.
Which country borders the southernmost tip of India?
Yeah.
I pass. Just tell me.
The southernmost tip of India used to be called Pygmalion Point, now Indira Point, which is that 100 kilometers from Sumatra in Indonesia.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
So, now when you say that, you figure out, how you get there.
Yeah.
Another similarly geography question is, the chief minister of which place in India has to travel across different states to administer his territories.
Has to travel across different states to administer his territories.
Or her territories, as the case may be. It's in 4 different places.
I'm trying to figure it out. No, just tell me. I don't want to.
Pondicherry. Mahe is in Kerala. And on the east coast, there's Karaikal and Yanam. So they're all former French enclaves. Leave out Chandanagar because that was not part of it. Pondicherry is these 4 places.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And so you just have to go from place to place. How do you, intrigue interest and make people want to know and say, oh, so one knows that this is what it is and figures it out. So language can have a hell of a role in, how you actually put a certain thing and be very careful. And you have to be really sure. One of the questions which went into litigation and then went on for several years, that's another story, was, on the phone a friend, in the beginning, the question used to be, it was an approximation question. What's the distance between here and the moon? And whoever gets closest, because otherwise it was multiple choice questions, but to have a tiebreaker, you need an approximation. What's the height of Qutub Minar? How many rooms in Rashtrapati Bhavan? And so on and so forth. One of the questions was, how many years ago was the Golden Temple built? And it got into a loop. All the history books, the architectural digests and everything, counts a certain year, 1763 or 64, when it begins. But here's the thing, since it was first set up, right, it was destroyed several times over by the Afghans. And the structure which is there now of Harmandir Sahib, which is the name of the Golden Temple, this particular structure was built in that year. But it was gilded only in 1815 by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Which is the Golden Temple? Was it the Golden Temple before the gold came on?
It's a golden temple.
Was it when it was made in the beginning? It's a bit of a ship of Theseus situation.
That's what I was about to say, Golden Temple of Theseus.
Yeah, exactly. So when does it become that? So it was, now most, as I said, architectural digests, histories, R.C. Mazumdar, X, Y, Z, take a certain year. But it was built much before that. So this is typically, we've learned to be very, very careful, with language and how you put it. And that's part of the learning of quiz writing, if you like.
Tell me about that period of learning research, learning that rigor, learning that, like someone who's worked with you once said that your rigor was, when you were his boss, was absolutely unfreaking believable. You were so meticulous. Nichod deta tha, was a phrase I used in a good way. And I'm just thinking that for a modern person who is doing this stuff today, you have the greatest tools on the planet and you can research anything sitting on your laptop.
Yes.
In the 70s, when you're doing your documentary filmmaking and you're researching all of these things, how was it? How the hell did you do it?
Or even during the early quiz days, I mentioned to you, we had to get special memberships of certain libraries to access reference books. We wouldn't let them out. During TVNF days, we used to somehow borrow, steal, beg, to take pictures and this, that and the other allowed and sort of put them on. But later on, it became a challenge to do that, to actually get there and to get the stuff. And you needed people with a orientation to research. A lot of quizzers would get absolutely fed up and say, yeah, I know it. I've heard it from this. This is famous. So famous, can you quantify famous? What's fame? You have to peg it down to something specific. So a lot of quizzes don't last the course at all because they find out, what is all this about, getting onto this. But if you have to be careful, you have to be careful, and you have to find out what it is. And you have to be true to what you're asking. It has to be unambiguous, the answers, because the nature of the public quizzing or television quizzing or competitive quizzing is that there has to be a precision in what you ask as well as what you answer. There can't be 3 answers, there can't be 4 answers. And sometimes you learn while it going, hey, it may be something else. When you always thought it was something, but actually it turns out to be something else. Actually, some of the most interesting questions turn out to be that. Have you been to Delhi?
Yeah.
INA market?
I don't know Delhi very well, so...
You've heard of INA market?
Yeah,
it's
of course.
One of the premier sort of, everything, grocery, etc. kind of shops over there. So one of the common questions I ask Delhiwalas, what is INA?
My guess would be Indian National Army, the first
But it's
guess.
not.
Wow.
And it's very interesting that diagonally opposite INA is what began as Willingdon Aerodrome, which then became called Safdarjung Aerodrome because it was next to Safdarjung Tomb, which was where civil aviation, it was one of the first civilian airports in Delhi. My grandfather, when he used to come as a member of parliament, he used to often land there and so on and so forth. That's where Sanjay Gandhi took off from and crashed not far from there. There were 2 civilian airlines at the time of independence. One was Tata Airlines and one was Indian National Airways. So the colony next to that was Vinay Nagar. It was earlier called INA Colony, and the market across the road that served the colony was INA Market. Nothing to do with the Indian National Army. So, even in Delhi, there are things all around which, which wake you up to different things. And you say, wow, so this is what it was. So I think in that sense, the revelatory aspect or the aha aspect of quizzing, to the extent that you can't do that with everything, but to that extent, I think is interesting. It opens your eyes and your minds to things which you always thought it was something, but it turns out to be something else.
I mean, both of these geographical factoids about Pondicherry being in 4 different places and this one actually take you down rabbit holes of history and narrative.
Yes.
So that's the beauty of it.
It opens up different things, and whichever way you go, you find out, oh, so this is what it is. This is how it was. And for me, that's very interesting. And that's what drives me. As I said, I've never been a quizzer. I would say I'm averagely well informed. I enjoy playing quiz games and things like that. But how would I fare in one of my own quizzes? I really don't know. If it's general in a certain way, in the way we've been speaking about it, yeah, I would do well. But I think I'm a better quiz communicator, quiz show maker, quiz show setter, possibly a quiz master than I am a quizzer.
No, I imagine you would do pretty well. So you have a great episode of your podcast with Derek O'Brien, the two of you, legends of different types. I think we should, you should record an episode where you ask him questions, he asks you questions. And
he's been talking about going around the country doing shows and as fundraiser.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I don't know if there are any takers for that kind of thing. I'm open if somebody wants to ask and they still think that he's younger than me, that, 2 old codgers might pull them in. I'm open. I'm fine.
No. There's this nice little quiz show I watch sometimes called Quizzing with a K on YouTube by Kumar Barun, and he does a really nice job, but they're all with young celebrities and young stand-ups. And
all right.
Kumar, if you're listening to this, or if anyone listening to this knows him, please tell him to do one with Siddhartha Basu, with Derek O'Brien, and perhaps a couple of others. I'll gladly join. And so much fun and nostalgia.
Joy still goes to quizzes.
Yeah, Joy,
who's been hosting quizzes and what have you and so on and so forth. This time during Durga Puja, I was learning again, and him, Rishabh, they were taking part in Durga Puja pandal quizzes in Chittaranjan Park in Delhi and losing. Meaning, not always, but I mean, in the sense, they were happy to lose. But it was the taking part. They're quizzers. They're enthusiasts from that point of view. You know what I mean? It's like people who enjoy playing a game of cricket. You don't have to do it at the IPL level or whatever, but you play because you enjoy it. And that's great. I really appreciate that, to be able to do that.
To do things for the love of them.
Yeah.
Let's talk about literature now, since you mentioned that. And I'm very keen to know about your reading habits right from childhood through college. I want to sort of understand everything that went into the shaping of the way that you thought about the world, the frameworks you adopted, and the books that stayed with you and really moved you and, made you who you are.
You know, as a kid, one was, of course, comic books of all kinds, including those which were classics. Remember? Ivanhoe, Treasure Island, all that kind of things. So early sampling as very young was that. When we moved to Delhi, it was much more isolated than Bombay. There's huge flats, mostly Firangi neighbors, in Delhi term, neighborers, comparers. And I was then in a school which had a lot of corporal punishments and very rough culture. I'd gone towards the end of the year, academic year. That in some ways, unspecified ways, sort of, shook me. One year I almost didn't go to college. School. I didn't realize what it was all about. I mostly stayed at home and I read. Right from Bombay, my father had a sort of band of British Library books of all the, how should I say, children's classics you can think of. I mentioned some of them in comic books, but they were also in books. There was Black Beauty. There was, you name it. There was Jane Austen. There was, as I said, Walter Scott. There was, Charles Dickens. You name it. All of them were lined out, and I started reading massively then. Continued in Delhi exhaustively. I used to spend a lot of time on my own, especially those days when I was at home, just reading voraciously. For the first time, I was gifted, I must have been 7 going on 8, Rajaji's versions of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And I pored over it and I knew a lot of it and thoroughly enjoyed it. Because of my mother's orientation, I was reading a lot of Vivekananda, who's a very powerful writer. Those are some of the earliest things. When we moved to Madras, and that was even more isolated in this vast expanse of a home, in a 6-acre garden or whatever it is, I read even further. Steinbeck, the American classics, the early sort of, how should I say, existential writing, Camus, little bits of Sartre, maybe some of the plays and that kind of thing. This was before 60, which is what formed my interest in doing literature in college. Even the wanting to say, okay, take to medicine, I forget the name of the novels, the couple of novels set in the medical world of healers. I thought, that is something that, I would want to do. When I came to college, then of course one started reading wide variety thing, but also English literature itself began to, come to grips with it. Through the bachelor's days, only some of the teachers was very interesting. One of them was Kalyan Ray, who was also a poet, now married to Aparna Sen, who was a poet himself. And in college, we used to have a sort of, a poetry magazine, which was very interesting. A friend called Soliloquy, it was called, Vinay Dharwadkar used to run it. And a number of friends used to sort of write for it, but really good stuff. And we were exposed to fine poetry, writing of the time. But it's during my master's that, the mind really expanded because of the nature of the books from different periods. During the undergraduate days, I'd been exposed to French literature, the poets, Baudelaire, Rimbaud. So those were powerful influences, what they were doing. Beat poetry, you were reading Ginsberg, you were reading Jack Kerouac, the road books, and, and the fluidity, and importantly, James Joyce. I told you the portrait of the artist, but after that he gets into interior monologues and stream of consciousness. So it opens you up to language in a different way. But in the master's course, all the texts were huge. They were enormous, especially the novel, which was brilliantly taught by A.N. Cole. The 20th century novel, the 19th century novel, American literature. It was, each one of them was mind expanding, and he made fantastic connections between literature, society, life, philosophy, how it all interacted and came together. I used to he had a soft voice. He looked like a Buddha, young, rotund, glowing face. And he would, at arts faculty, because in Delhi University, when you get to your master's, you don't have classes in college. It's at the arts faculty, and they come from all different colleges. So he would start, and about 60 people would sit in a classroom. By the end of it, people from different departments, etc., would be overflowing, because he starts softly, but then he would weave a spell. So as a teacher and what he taught, but also we had such different works. Even Tennyson, there was this long Paradise Lost by Milton, what he does with the language and the epic scope of it. There's one long lament and thing by Tennyson. I'm trying to remember the name of the poem. Mort. It's skipping my mind now. Put it down to a senior moment. It's a meditation on death. And it really shook me up, because he examines, it moves from grief to understanding, to bereavement. What is it all about? How it is? And in his way. So emotion, experience, life, and the why of it, what of it, was something that was huge. And I really enjoyed my master's course, the books, the literature, the time. It was fantastic. Whether it was Shakespeare, whether it was poetry of different centuries, periods, contemporary T.S. Eliot was a revelation, to us. And even modern theater, modern American theater, the great works, Death of a Salesman, all of that was sort of, was terrific. And it was very sort of, shook you up and made you think. And I think all of my education, that was the period which I really treasured and I cared for. There was a paper on criticism. That was one of my best papers, because then how you analyze something, and criticism is not just dissing something. It is being able to analyze it, to understand it, to play it in perspective, and to, figure out between the content and the form, how it relates. So that was, for me, academically, one of the most interesting periods, and enjoy reading. Subsequently, I used to read different kinds of things, but by and large, I've taken to reading Indian writing in English. Salman Rushdie, a number of my friends write. Amitav Ghosh, a couple of years junior to me, Mukul Keshavan, Rukun Advani, Vikram Seth, who's, I think, slightly more senior. All of those people are writing wonderful works. Ghosh particularly, I think it's just outstanding. Shashi has written so many books. I've not read much of his fiction, though. I've read his other work. Some of it I really like, and he's a very good polemicist, I think, and how he handles that very well. And I enjoy the way he uses language, and he masters that. So I read a lot of that. Jhumpa Lahiri, Alan Seeley, who was just senior to me in college. I never knew him, but he used to have a sort of Simon Garfunkel group with somebody called Christopher Lugg, and they were legendary. So some of his books, are just outstandingly written. Trottanama, one of them. Everest Hotel, I think, is another one. He's written some very fine books, seems to have sort of gone into a little bit of the shadow, but thoroughly enjoy them. And Pradeep's friend, that's how we met for the first time, when she was an architect, Arundhati Roy. And the writing that she did in her first novel some of it was so outstanding. She was a friend from that time. So a number of them have written terrific stuff. Some of them took to publishing. There's a friend of mine called Sanjeev Seth who used to do work with us, a photographer. Also, he took to publishing. Indian Ink, I think he called his imprint. Published one very interesting book where I recommend to everybody. It was called Altu Faltu. Is it the legend of Altu Faltu or the story of Altu Faltu? Who's actually a rhesus monkey. And he's an Altu Faltu. He's in Bara Hindu Rao, drinks Benadryl, glances it down. So he's a typical of a certain kind of, campus student. Gets fascinated by this girl monkey on Falstaff House, where a lot of sort of mooning couples go. But sees a murder. But following is written by Ranjit Lal. who's a naturalist. So he follows rhesus macaque behavior through Delhi, but also the culture and history of Delhi through that. Right from the battles in North Delhi of the British and the Indians, the 1857 uprising, all of that he tracks through it. Some people have done remarkable books, I think, and I still follow them. Jhumpa Lahiri, I enjoy a lot. There you are. I don't know if the books of William Dalrymple, I think. But again, the theme, I think I've gotten a little cloistered in the sense of I've been reading mainly Indian material.
The Life and Times of Altu Faltu by Ranjit Lal is indeed on Amazon. It costs $4,300. So
I think that's because it's been out of print for the longest time.
Correct.
Like some copies of Mastermind, I find
I like that.
cost this because they stopped printing it long back. That's ridiculous. It's a little paperback and it's wonderful.
I'll figure out a way to get it somehow or the other.
It's so funny and yet so true. And if you're a Dilli wala, my God, it makes sense in a different, you understand it so differently.
And I think the Tennyson poem you meant is Maud the Author.
Maud the Author.
Yeah.
Maud the Author.
So all day long, the noise of battle rolled among the mountains by the winter sea.
Tennyson was wonderful with words, the sound of words.
The sound of words.
He made them come alive magnificently. The brook, I mean, so how it clatters. My friend Jayant and some others, they co-own a place in Tirthan River. And literally the brook comes alive over there, I mean, the alliteration, the music of words. But Morta is also this meditation and examination of death is something which really, is thought-provoking and shakes you up. And at that time, we would, sometimes it made me dysfunctional almost, That's the kind of impact it had.
So tell me, around that time when you're doing a MA, you're reading all these great books, you're reading the history of the novel in the 19th century, in the 20th century, etc., reading poems like this, meditating on death, playing Polonius, so on and so forth. What's your vision of yourself in this world? Because I would imagine that a young man going through that kind of a phase then can contemplate nothing but a life in the arts. Because there can be nothing greater and more worthy and more satisfying
than becoming a television hack.
Come on, let's not say that.
No, but yes, in many ways, in many ways, that's what happened, because it was a livelihood, and then there was a team, and then there was a family, and so one thing led to the other. That work came to us, and most of the work was unsolicited. It came to us, and we made the most of it in different ways. In television, we worked on different genres. I've done a current affairs program with Veer Sanghvi called A Question of Answers. It was a debate program with substance, which was informed, which we decided, I spoke to him, he agreed, let's have light, not heat. But we had terrific people sort of taking part in it. That was current affairs. We've done science shows. We've done comedy shows. I did a thing, an improv show called Manch Masala, a lifestyle program called Style Today. We've done, different kinds of shows, talent shows like India's Got Talent or Hunar Hindustan Ka, and then we did India's Got Talent, and we set the template and we're happy to do different kinds of shows. We did a civil case adjudication show for I don't know, a couple of hundred shows with Kiran Bedi called Aapki Kacheri, which was civil cases, alternate dispute redressal, on the basis of law and equity, being sorted in front of your eyes. And in that year, and we were given a very tough slot at 10:30 at night, succeeding Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. We were doing a show with Salman at that time. We were doing a show with Shah Rukh. And Aapki Kacheri that year had the highest average rating through the year. Because it was Ghar Ghar Ki Kahani, because people are not aware of what the laws were. A kid who's sort of 18, 21, 20, or whatever says, ye mera hak hai, and you says, the law says it is not your hak. Once you're an adult, it's not your hak at all. This is what your hak is. If it is ancestral property coming in a certain way, but if it's not, and if it's father, then it's something else, or matrimonial disputes, or property disputes, or, problems of the age. All the civil disputes, it's happening in other any home, but they don't know the issues. But how it was, the intrinsic drama of disputes and redressal, and informing them, there was the structure we figured was Sunwai, Nyay, and Samjhota. We had to try, and we didn't always effect a sort of rapprochement, but you tried to explain the role. This is your rights, this is your reparation. At the end of it, you tried to do something for the people involved. That was the structure typically in a half an hour show. And it was for us, and we had legal people, teams sitting. We got the cases. What are the thing? It was thoroughly enjoyed doing that. But what you spoke about a little while ago, while making all these shows, and what one would love before things got ultra specialized, you have to think of content, you have to think of research, you have to think of presentation, you have to think of how you put it together, how you communicate it to people. It's an all-round kind of perspective, ideally, that you should have. And I think it's possibly coming back to that in social media, as the media is getting democratized, as it's moving away only from the control of executive producers and broadcast houses or OTT or whatever it is. There was a joke. What's the difference between God and an EP, executive producer? Do you know the answer?
No.
God doesn't think he's an EP. And they're trying to somehow hook people through moments, or to do this or to do that, and completely, the integrity of the show of, what is happening gets lost. So at this time, you can be your own EP and try and go out there and do things. But if you have a rounded perspective of the medium, from big to small, I believe you're much better equipped to do stuff and put it together. Does that mean that has all the magic formulas of making it work? No. There are things that work which, between you and me and the high heavens, nobody can predict what makes it work. We were talking casually, informally about Mr. Beast. And, I don't, for the life of me, know what it is that makes it work, but it works. The highest viewership subscriber on YouTube, or 369 million. My God, what is it about him or what he does? Maybe I'm the wrong generation. I don't know, but something works. And so I think the thing is to do at a micro scale in terms of depth. More can be done now than ever before at whatever level.
Let me digress on an aspect of that. I do want to go back later, but I want to, and I also want to explore your television times in much greater detail. But to double click on that aspect of what works and not knowing what works, and that is very typical that you don't know what works. It's a good thing to try many different things with an open mind. But I would imagine that in your decades-long journey of doing television and etc., you would have gotten insights into Indian society on the basis of what people want to watch and what people don't want to watch, which would have surprised even yourself at some points in time. Like, I would rather listen to someone like you or an advertising man talk about Indian society than an actual sociologist or an anthropologist, because you actually, you're making a living depends on that shit, giving people what they want, figuring it out, etc. So what, through this journey, through the popular arts and cultures, what are the things that you have learned about us?
I don't know if there are any simple or easy answers. And this search began early. Pradeep Krishnan was a guest editor during my TVNF days of Indian National Center, sort of, fairly academic exercise on popular cinema. I worked on one with him on, loosely it was called Curry Westerns. Sholay, the anti-hero who worked on the margins, who was the outlier, who came in, who fixed things, took the law into his own hands. And you compared it with society and what was there and what was there. The Sanjay Gandhi phenomenon, the angry young man. And you looked at it academically, rigor, to try and find out. There are never easy answers on, what works and don't work. And I don't know if I found that out to this stage. But we straddled, according to the trade, what our team at Synergy straddled was two worlds. One is what in the trade is misused, is called massy. And we were thought to be classy. Pains in the ass. But we managed to put them together in certain shows in certain ways and made it work like that. So synergy, Siddharth Basu always, अरे वो classy show बनाते हैं, क्या बनाएगा? But they looked at us afresh when we made a कौन बनेगा करोड़पति work. It was not entirely because of what we brought to the show. That was only part of it. It was the format itself. It was what the broadcaster put into it. Samir was very dynamic in positioning, and Samir Nair, that is, he was program head at Star at that time. The figure of Bachchan, the size of the prize, the open context which we helped put together, and how do you get people from all over? How do you open out to people and genuinely, with integrity, follow a certain procedure of selection which is transparent? How do you conduct it during the show? Actually, what works? What is the kind of content? All of that came together to create a communicator's dream. It was magnificently successful in its first outing, particularly. It's still around. The longevity has been exceptional, and we've done it in several places. Could that be replicated in all other shows? No. I mentioned Aapki Kachari, which was hugely popular. Das Ka Dam, when it came, it repositioned Salman Khan completely. He had a certain bad boy image, and he knows it and he acknowledges it, that humanized him, because that's the side of Salman which is very generous, which is very open, which is very sort of, open to people. He genuinely has no problems with whoever he's talking to. He's not class conscious in that sense at all. He's the opposite of that. I think that came through in a certain way, and he was seen in a different way. He was one of those who didn't have too many endorsements. But then it changed completely after that. And, so we managed to capture that side of him, and that did, I think, wonders for him. And he's one of those guys who remembers stuff, and sort of, for him, that meant a lot. So he enjoyed doing a show like that. To understand what works at the popular level, I think KBC had a lot to teach us in terms of, till then, we were doing masterminds, we were doing a question of answers, we were doing science show called Eureka, we were doing other quiz shows, and, sort of to the intent people were interested. By that time, channels had proliferated. There was sort of more to sort of, engage people. Saas Bahu shows became sort of the ruling thing. Lowest common denominator kicked in big time, the so-called contrived reality show was, where really sort of, scraped the bottom of the barrel on the content they were with, sort of how they came up with the basest forms of human nature and sort of what people wanted, and, that found an audience. And that was very worrying. But here we found there were people coming from everywhere who you learned more about what life was there, what it meant to them. You found out more about them, and we started telling their stories in miniature, whatever it is. There we learned about what makes it work in those places. One thing, of course, was the money. But other people, when we started KBC, were offering more. There was a show called Sawal 10 Crore Ka. I don't know whether you remember. Chappar Park. They were offering much more money. But the format, the content, the hosting, all of that had to come together and work in a certain way for it to work. But in terms of our society and, what people want, you're constantly trying to find out. I think Aapki Kachari worked because they could relate to the content. You had demands from the broadcaster saying, "Yaar, ye to sab gareeb log hain. Middle class log lao na." He said, "Look, they're willing to come, and they're willing to talk, and they're willing to put it all out there. The others are not." Then we tried. But then the cases became so complex, and what they were willing to talk about and let it all out there became completely different. And human issues, relationships, laws don't change because of what class you come from. इसलिए हमारे एडवर्टाइजर बोल रहे हैं यार कुछ sort of अच्छे घर के लोग लाओ. I said, yeah, अच्छे ही लोग हैं यार. I mean, sort of they may be in working class jobs and whatever it is, but they are people. And the issues are universal. That's what made it work. intergenerational issues, property disputes, matrimonial disputes. We could only deal with civil disputes because that's the nature of alternate dispute redressal, which the courts and the laws of the country encourage. You can't deal with criminal cases and all that kind of stuff. So that's what made it work. We did another show which became very controversial, almost got us, well, the channel sort of, Parliament was in uproar. It was called Sach Ka Samna, which was absolutely sensational international show called The Moment of Truth. And you had to sort of ferret. Internationally, they had detectives. Here, we had to teach people, and the then management at Stars said, you have to do this. It's happening. We have to shake up things or whatever it is. But do it. But we try to do it in as socially responsible a way as possible. I believe it was one of the first mature psychological shows that was on, and that you found out what happened inside people's minds and what it was. It was not about people spilling the beans alone. We tried to make it like that. Internationally, you heard it, you were allowed 2 lies, third lie, and you were out. And you had a lie detector. In this case, we don't have lie detectors over there. So an FBI licensed lie detector polygraphist came all the way to do it, and so on and so forth. We found a host who was empathetic and sympathetic in Rajiv Khandelwal. But what we found out then, especially in the first outing, and it became a sensation, and it connected with people, is what are people actually thinking apart from what is actually out there? So psychology, in the way that of what goes on in people's mind, what are they thinking, what is going out, which shocked the hell out of people. But the intention was not shock. The intention was to probe, why do people do the things that they do? Why do they hide the things that they do? What it is. And we used to counsel people at a certain stage that, look, this is going to live far beyond the studio. See how far you want to say, how far, and it's the disclosure, whatever they came up with. And we trained a group of people around us to become very good listeners. So all the things that they found out about people and their lives were for just listening to the people themselves, to the people around them, their friends, their foes. That's how we found out stuff.
What surprised you in that show?
The unintended consequences was something that really shook me up. People would respond to, one of the things was people came onto the show for validation. In many ways, it was confession. In public, in front of people, saying what it was. Some people came for the money, and some people came to prove something to somebody else. There was one guy I remember who came, he confessed to booth capturing in Bihar at that time, which was, the Jungle Raj was going on. Uthawing his wife, married to somebody else, but utha liya, kidnap kara liya, kidnapping was huge. Confessed to all of that. But once the polygraph proved to his wife and the family, they were all there, that he hadn't cheated on her, after that, he was ready to quit. And there were all sorts of sensational disclosures we could have made beyond that, but had come only for validation to prove something to somebody else. A lot of people came for that kind of validation. Some people came just to confess. Some people thought that, okay, they may earn something out of it. They could quit at any point. That was the nature during the research, during the polygraphy, during the show. They could quit at any point. That was the nature. But people would hear something and then they would do something outside. People who didn't know, because the newspapers were full of that, Amit. I think it was Rupa Ganguly, the actress, in one of the last, and that is one of the few in that season celebrity episodes. She had a child and she had a former marriage. And she spoke, she was very forthcoming. She spoke, I think, very candidly about, even if she was divorced, if you've spent so many years with somebody, etc., 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 they remain part of your family, of your blood, and so on and so forth, and certain things that, that couldn't happen. Somebody sitting in Agra who had left her husband suddenly remembered what her formerly life and took her life. Having seen the program, that could happen after a movie, that could happen to everybody. But this kind of thing, which, also the press was finding any association with the show, was this happened because of Sach Ka Samna. The broadcasters put me and Khandelwal everywhere, in every news show and everywhere to, face the firing squad. And we were trying to explain that what we was trying to do with the show, whatever it is, etc., etc. And it's voluntary. People were, what they wanted to do. But why did we want to exploit it? We didn't want to exploit it. We wanted to understand, at least my approach was trying to understand. If you look at it again, if you see Rajiv, it was one of the few versions in the world where people were allowed to give their safai. Why did they do what they did? They spoke about it. They were allowed to do it. We were also at great stress through the show explaining that the polygraph, the lie detector is not 100%. If you're saying something is a lie, according to the lie detector, which need not be accurate. There may be a truth beyond that, but we don't know. We are going by what the lie detector says. We would get pains to explain that. But despite that, some of the reactions, so there was somebody came over here, we didn't expect it, unintended consequences. He was exceptionally upfront of what he'd been up to, and the family didn't know about it, and that kind of thing, and so on and so forth. And we spoke to them. We always had psychological counseling before and after. We had they spoke to them. A son went into a prolonged depression. I hadn't signed up for that. I didn't know that would happen when and I didn't want to continue. I wanted to just drop it like a hot potato. There was one after the whole AAP and sort of India against corruption thing. Suddenly we were told, and we'd done a second season, they say you can do everything but don't go below the belt. And the greatest embarrassments to people are not other things, but, peccadillos or something they've done and so on and so forth, which was difficult, with another season. But in between, they say, India can make one only on corruption. And we realized that because it was so everyday, it was so mundane, it was so, nobody cared. And we dealt with politicians, with policemen, with production controllers of television shows, with every private sector, call centers. Everybody was corrupt and had no compunctions about talking about it. So it didn't have the same impact at all. So that is one thing you learned about Indian society through that.
That corruption is normalized and sexuality is repressed.
Yes. Yes. So you learned a lot of things going along that, and Sach Ka Samna, people watched. Boy, they did. The first season, it really, it did for Star what they wanted it to do. But we did it for different reasons. We thought we did it with a certain amount of integrity, a certain amount of empathy, listening to try and understand and try to make people understand why people do what they do. But as I said, the unintended consequences was something that I was not prepared for. And that still disturbs me,
Let's go back to a happier phase of your life, which is the start of Synergy in the mid-80s. So tell me about that, because what happens here for the first time is that you become an entrepreneur. Before this, you have been working for people, with people, etc., etc. I think on another show somewhere you mentioned how Pranay Roy calls you the typical Bengali, in that he will not start a business, he will work for a company, right? And yet here you are.
पैसे हाथ का मेल है.
Yeah.
That's the mindset. More than this, salary, not because I've, apart from that brief interregnum at the Taj, I've been self-employed all my life.
Actually.
In that sense, but not an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been a successful entrepreneur. The company did well enough. We were never in the red. But to go back to that, you want to complete the question in a particular way, or should I
yeah. I think
jump in?
my broad question is about how that process played out, because you had to not just start a company but make a mental shift to thinking like an entrepreneur and actually managing people, which is a different kind of skill when you're actually running the company and all of that. So I'm curious about that phase of your life where you become from everything else, the theater person and the actor and the quiz master and all that, to the entrepreneur. What was that like?
I mean, frankly, it wasn't conscious decision to become an entrepreneur. I don't think I've been an exceptional entrepreneur in that space. But to form a company, an independent company, rather than work for a producer as a talent or a specialized kind of, professional, was really to gain creative control. In my case, that you wanted to do it in the way you thought it needed to be done. And a lot of that work was, the IP was signed over to other people. Our biggest success is that, even things that we originated at Synergy was not our IP at all. We signed it over to people. We did so many different kinds of shows. We did kids shows. We did that and that when we originated it and sort of handed it over to other people. But the company that was formed, there was an earlier sort of avatar called Intermedia Services, which then became Synergy. That was really to corporatize, to regularize, and also to be financially on a certain basis. And a lot of that credit goes to a large extent to Anita, who is a pragmatist and who's taken care of that more painful side of things. And another colleague called Karun Prabhakar, who was a one-man army, a production kind of, gung-ho guy. We formed Synergy, because I believe in synergy. I believe the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That, when you work with a gifted writer, you just don't tell her or him that this is what you write, or a DOP, or a host, or a talent, or an actor. It is everything coming together and creating something much greater than they would individually have been able to do. I believed in synergy. I believed in the concept of synergy, and what it could come up with. And I thought that that was important. And we worked with some wonderful people through different phases, whether on research, whether in terms of presentation, technical side, you name it. The organizational part of it, and if you find out in the industry, we have a certain reputation because now we're no longer part of Synergy, of playing by the book, by being as good as our word, by being prompt pay masters. At a time when this industry, when we got into a sort of, how should I say, into a joint venture, and as it were, it was because the budgets became huge. People were dependent on us. We didn't have our own funds. And because there were certain broadcasters who were taking 125 days to pay. And people sort of, how are the kitchens going to run if things were... So that's at a certain stage we got into that. So really running the company, the legal obligations, the sort of all the rest of it, all of that has principally been taken care of by Anita. And she was an active journalist. She too has a creative side and so on and so forth. But she's always been more of the pragmatist. And she's held that together. And Karun for a long time did that. So really, it was not so much to become an entrepreneur as to have creative control over work that we did what we did. Having said that, Synergy has never, ever been in the red. It has always been in the black. It didn't become an exponential success as NDTV did at one stage and sort of, expansion, because frankly, I didn't have it. It's neither in her DNA nor in mine. So we didn't have it. I mean, apart from not wanting to do it or whatever it is. Then I think it was 2006-07, we got into, we sold effectively half the company, more 51%, to Ad Labs. Because Pooja Shetty we spoke to, and we needed that comfort of knowing that, hey, if somebody sort of delays things for reasons of fluidity, for any other reasons, or if you wanted to grow, there was somebody who believed in you. And Manmohan Shetty had a tremendous reputation, and so did Pooja, and so on and so forth. So we got into an agreement with them. First season, I think, of Jhalak Dikhla Ja. And within 3 months, they shipped out. And it was Reliance ADAG, which sort of, that became the people. To be very fair, there was a very fine gentleman on that side we dealt with called Amitabh Junjunwala. What happened, though, at that stage is that they didn't invest in the company, right? They bought the shares, and I believe at that time, no, it was Manmohan Shetty, I think, when he did it, that there was what they call Tali Baj Gayi, and they recovered that from the, stock exchange or whatever it is, or whatever, the cost was, and multiples of that. So at that time, Reliance ADAG was on a massive expansion, left, right, center with Steven Spielberg and so on and so forth. There was a massive, they were adding things. We were part of that. So they never really invested in our company, but they never interfered, to be fair, and we grew. We grew 5 times because we were handling different kinds of shows, and we grew into different languages in the regions. We were doing different things till at a certain stage, what they call non-fiction in the trade, which was really factual entertainment, sort of started drying up, and and we couldn't sustain a huge team and an operation. And so fortunately we were able to divest completely and ship out. ADAG gifted 25% of it to Phantom, which I was very happy about, and I thought things would happen. But then Phantom imploded, and it went the way of all flesh, and we retreated to Delhi to do a little bit of content work and so on. So we stepped back from active production. We were doing small things. And so that is the story, the entrepreneurial story coming over there. But now we have an app, which I'm trying to interest people to do, but not necessarily an entrepreneur, but really to be able to spread the good word. And thinking of certain things on a small scale, which is really legacy work in the knowledge field, in the kind of shows that we have done, to be able to encourage talent and to do things in this exciting new universe of podcasts, of micro shows, of interactivity through apps, but gradually stepping back and letting young blood take things forward. That's the story of the not quite entrepreneur.
So, earlier when I mentioned your Hindu years was glorious years, how you must have wanted to live a life in the arts. Has there also been an interior dialogue within you about the stuff that you really, really like to do? And I don't view any of this television stuff as, any lesser than that. I think it's a very honorable thing to, to build a business of this sort and to create content of this sort. At the same time, you obviously had your theater dreams, but did you also have other artistic dreams, things you wanted to do in the mid-90s? Of course, like you said, you did Dance Like a Man to great acclaim and so on and so forth. But what was going on inside you all this time? And perhaps is there something going on inside you as well even now, that beyond that particular track of building a business and building a career in showbiz and all of that, beyond all of that, where do you get your sort of what validates you to yourself? What's your self-actualization?
At this point of time, one thing, through those years at Synergy, the kind of people we've worked with and the way we've developed shows of different kinds, and the people who worked with us, one of the most gratifying things is, since we brought a certain method to the madness and a certain integrity, a lot of the people who've gone on to do wonderful things value that, remember that, and one has earned a certain love out of that, which one would like to spread. So one of the things that I would love to do, in whatever capacity, in whatever way, is to encourage young people to work in the same way, in the round way, and to build a certain thought and content into the public sphere. We've spoken earlier about the kind of things that are happening around us. So whether it is through storytelling or whether it is through other interventions on whatever platform, in whatever way, to be able to encourage people to work. Remember the growing years, communes were big all over the world, that you lived in communes. The ensemble was a kind of commune. You ate together, you cooked together, you stayed together, you did stuff. I would love to be part of a, sort of a community of people where original work is coming out, where people are learning, young people, you're finding new talent, because we found, whether as hosts or whether as, as I said, different kinds of writers, people have really, come into their own and done different things. One would love that to continue without me necessarily being part of it. At 70, you realize your mortality more than ever, because the different things are happening in the body, things around you. Your stamina is being affected you can't work in the some way, and you want to do different things which are not necessarily to do with work. But at the same time, those are things that you want to do. So that is one thing that I would love to be part of, is be part of a creative community which is doing work of value, path-breaking work, and discovering talent of different kind, of encouraging that and empowering people, and through that, hopefully, being an empowering force in society for the kind of values which one has always believed in.
So let's travel through 50 years. In the early 70s, when you're doing all of your theater, there is a creative community of people, the ensemble you're with, and everyone Barry John has put together. And they're not doing it for the money, because there is no money. They're doing it for love, and it's just that the creative energy of doing something new with like-minded people. And I can only imagine how, stimulating
Yes.
that must have been. I can also imagine that same community, if you transplant them in time and they're again 18 years old in the modern day, it is not quite so easy to bring people together to do something like that again, because the temptations of the modern world, ki influencer banna hai, ye karna hai, yahan jana hai, wo karna hai, they all get in the way. And there might be creative sparks, but then there are all of these temptations of doing many different things, which all of which can make you a living, while going out there and doing the unusual quirky production of Macbeth you did with 3 Macbeths is actually not going to make you any money, right, in the modern time.
Yes.
So
Some people managed. Lilette is still doing theatre and surviving off it, and not just all over India, all over the world. A friend who's taken the path less traveled and really in the creative field is a publisher, Naveen Kishore. He lit my first play of Macbeth, and in Seagull, they're one of the few successful publishing houses in this very unusual offbeat way. And the kind of titles they do and the way they do it with a certain elegance and an aesthetic way, hats off to him. So I love what Naveen has been doing. So people can take the path less traveled and make it happen. And hey, I'm part of that mindset, people. And if that can come together and do different things, more power to it. On KBC, we introduced something called Karamveers, who were people who did, unlikeliest of people, did amazing things. It could be a taxi wala who's put things together to start a school for little children somewhere. That is one kind of thing. There is, not as a Karamveer, but somebody who was formerly in the BSF. He was a, sort of a lower commissioned officer, whatever they called it, the junior commissioned officer, who won 25 lakhs, managed to get a bank loan and set up an international school in a sort of, semi-rural place. I think, hey, if there's a way to do it, it happens. There's somebody doing something for the aged. There's somebody doing it for sort of, people have forgotten, sort of mental health people in Kolkata or somewhere else, another part of the country. Somebody who's doing sort of water harvesting and sort of making Rajendra, whatever. There's Sonam who, in Ladakh, who made the ice stupas and who set up the school he set up for innovation was for failures, for people who just didn't make the cut. There are people doing interesting things and making it happen. More power to them, I'd be very happy to join them or to do something like that. And, whether it becomes a mainstream thing or not, I don't know.
But you'd say that there's greater scope for such communities actually forming and flourishing today because of all the empowering tools you have available to you as individuals.
To a great extent, yes, yes. But also from having the grit, apart from the vision, having the grit, being able to innovate, to do jugaad, to live with it, and to be able to pull off things despite the odds.
So, we were discussing in the break about how the mainstream is kind of crumbling, and we were chatting about the creator economy and how both of us have so much hope for it. But I'll ask you a question about the mainstream itself, even if it is crumbling, which is about how Indian television has changed. Because my sense of what happened the mid 90s onwards is that whereas in the West, television really established itself in a so slow process over decades. So institutions took time to form and mature. Best practices came into place, processes came into place. It was a way of thinking about something. In India, it practically happened overnight in the 90s after liberalization. So
after the Gulf War, I think that the
satellite revolution, and the institutions didn't have time to mature. You didn't have processes in place. What you described earlier about how you did not own IP. In the West, the shows you created, you would have owned IP.
Yes.
But that's not in place. And also the half-baked thinking of suits sometimes, who are saying, give us this, give us that, yahan pe break hona chahiye, wahan pe break hona chahiye, etc., etc. So what is your sense of how Indian television has kind of changed? Because in my view, it started off not very good and in some ways became worse. But you've been an insider and a player. So what's your...
Insider in the sense of not with a broadcaster, as a program maker, as a producer, the television bubble has burst. One is because of the crazy proliferation. More than 1,000 channels. So many 24/7 news channels. And very few people know that in the area of news, for instance, the viewership is minuscule. Sub-digit, meaning sub-zero in many cases. So that's, so the funding comes from all sorts of places. Sometimes vested interests, sometimes political, sometimes, industrial houses who have a certain sort of, agenda and how they do it. In general entertainment space, appointment television, because of the proliferation of, your devices and streaming and everything else, is now an endangered species. It's almost gone. No baj gaye kya is now no longer possible because, nobody is watching for that time. If the same program comes, you watch it at your convenience and whatever it is. Now, more than second screen, every handheld device is a screen and people are watching things. So I think, so the budgets to run that in that way is gone, and some things are working. The days of sort of astronomical ratings have gone. Ratings themselves are now sort of, they're only partially useful and partially true. So, what the kind of pictures that they do. But even the OTT platforms now are feeling the pinch. This is not a country that pays for what they get. If you paid for news, maybe you would actually get news. News channels don't have money to cover news. That's why they put together 8 people, 16 people at one time and have them shout at each other and engineer a street fight and, do a tamasha and sort of, attract. And through this, this recent time, the Operation Sindoor and otherwise, there were people who were running the siren continuously for 8 hours at the back as a background track to just sensationalize things and make it happen in that way and coming out with all kinds of half-truths and untruths. Similarly, the lowest common denominator thing that was happening, even that has bottomed out in television. On OTT, certain decisions that people have made, certain kind of programs that they've been thrown money at certain projects and they haven't paid dividends. In this country, there's only so much that people are willing to pay for any kind of service. If it comes free, it's different things. So aggregator channels have it rosy at this point of time. But how will that other thing come into play is the big question mark. Is it only through subscription? Is anything with any ambition and scale going to survive unless somebody funds it for other reasons and makes it work? Is a big question mark. Otherwise, it's little things that people are going to be able to see and do it now. I think they've started on sort of, the kind of, open aggregator channels that, अच्छा, इतने चंद पैसे लो, इतने लाख रुपए लो, इसमें से 60 प्रोग्राम बना दो. No, छोटे छोटे 1 मिनट के, ये करो, वो करो, वो करो. That is the name of the game now. Sometimes people can make it. I mean, people used to make ads work like that. But then the kind of budgets that you would have in advertising, and some people really would make sort of mega budgets. Now, ads, how many ads got known? I've just did a live quiz for the retail, physical retail convention, where a number of the ads, which some of them were interesting, some of them were just indulgent. Most people haven't seen them because who's watching ads on what channel unless they pop up in the middle of a reel or they pop up in the middle of YouTube. You are not getting to see a lot of the ads, which at one stage when you had captive viewing on a broadcaster, when we did quiz time, there was only one national network, so you had to watch it at Sunday. That's how, now everybody can be famous in whatever way. Somebody by dropping their clothes, somebody by saying something outrageous, or whatever it is. When that becomes the name of the game, the fight is not so much for information and variety. The fight is for attention now. What is going to get you attention? And that's the big one. And nobody really knows. And they're trying different things. So television and OTT both now are struggling for funds and viewership to be viable. After Bezos, somebody was just telling me, he said, I've shipped out of, active management of Amazon. Andrew Jassy is not so much into Prime Video. Bezos had a little interest, Emmys, Oscars, that kind of thing, so on and so forth. And you paid $15.99 or something for Amazon Prime, and video was part of it. You got fast service and you got video. Now they're offering you, because in the overall worth of what is happening in Amazon and the engagement in India, video is not worth shaking the boat. The business is too small. And now they're offering you that Prime without video for $19.99 or whatever it is. So there are people who may opt for that. And they say, अच्छा कोई free आ जाता है MX पे जो ठीक है, otherwise I don't want to pay for it. Netflix, the only thing where people are subscribing, relatively higher values, but very cheap according to American standards. What are you going to get at the end of it? So really you're facing a time of great change of what is going to happen. And here, if people pay for whatever they're getting, they may get something of value. But otherwise, during television's heyday, for me, I always believed in a balance of public service television and popular television, which became populist television. In Britain, initially, it was BBC and ITV. BBC was entirely through license fees, and it was public service broadcasted. And what brilliant things they did, from drama to all the David Attenborough nature stuff, everything. I mean, what standards and what quality there was. And that was balanced by ITV, which had advertising. BBC had no advertising. But then ITV too had to have a mix of, current affairs and everything to balance with things. Then later Channel 4, and then once Sky came, everything began to change. In this country too, ideally a balance of public service where you had to have certain kind of content along with whatever else you did. Doordarshan tried that for a while, so they had initial years, there was a mix of great stuff. They would have serious stuff along with, pure populist stuff or mythology or whatever it is, done in a certain way. But later than that too gave way to, open house. When the broadcasters took the populist track, the beginning of the end began to happen. And then with technology and with multiplicity of platforms, things have changed. And we are going to see much more change now. How much original work we're going to see is a question mark coming out of the country. But let's hope. Let's hope things change in a certain way. And there too, a lot of people started putting out such rubbish, even on OTT and things like that. You had different kind of content. But like the crisis in cinema, nobody is going to the theaters any longer, including multiplex theaters, because that kind of work is available on OTT platforms and they would buy it out and do it. But that didn't necessarily mean quality was coming through, except in flashes. We're going to see, I fear, less and less of that.
I think one seminal moment in the shifting of popular culture was around the time Facebook bought Instagram, because that is where, as Zuckerberg famously put it, he realized that social media had shifted away from connecting with people to becoming a business of attention, and everyone could be a creator, and that kind of, in a sense, started this deeply polarized
Dopamine
age
fixes,
and
dopamine addiction.
constant dopamine fixes and all of that. And to sort of recap our listeners on what we were talking about during the break, it's about how creators are connecting with audiences directly, so your mainstream sort of channels are less relevant, and advertising is absolutely less relevant today, because like the analogy I like to give is, when I wrote in the 1990s, I might write a column and give it to Times of India. Times of India aggregates columns, and they use that to aggregate eyeballs, and they sell that to advertisers, and I get a tiny chunk of that. But today what has happened is, I reach my community of readers and viewers directly. I don't need the Times of India, and I don't need the advertisers. So where do the advertisers go? And I asked this question to both Prahlad Kakkar and Ramki recently in the episodes I did with them, and they were convinced that, hey, it's not going anywhere. Prahlad said, you just have to make good ad films. But I mean, ad films are not an end in themselves. They are a
Never.
means to an end. They are there because you're selling people's attention to them, but it's going to become redundant. So you're absolutely right. I can't remember the last time I saw a commercial per se.
Absolutely.
So tell me this, and perhaps you can use as a reference point the way you consume entertainment today, or perhaps you can use as a reference point what you see around you. But I'm trying to figure out the future of entertainment, that how do we consume what we consume in terms of entertainment 15 years from now? Like, let's say in 2040, how are we entertaining ourselves? We wake up in the morning, what are we doing? Where does our entertainment come from?
It would need a soothsayer, Nostradamus, to say what's going to happen in the future.
I mean, we can just speculate. The future is unknown
We're in the
unknowns.
middle of an AI revolution where, man, you tell Sora what to do and creates a video. How are you going to use that? How are you going to do that? In the middle of this welter of, mediocrity and sameness and everything that is on the streaming platforms, it's like a hypermarket. If you don't know what you want, sometimes you can be looking and looking and you don't find what you want. But suddenly comes an adolescence.
Yeah, what a show.
And it blows your mind. You have to hope that something like that happens. But in today's days, you're talking about creators and finding their own audiences. If you want to do something with a certain ambition, a certain scale, how are you going to pull that off? Is it only going to be sort of little dreams and little stories? That would be very sad, for our society, for our community, for our times, where only little stories are happening. If something has to have scale, depth, impact, where is that going to come from? In cinema, unless you get bums on seats, what do you have? Or even if it's a select audience, as long as they come and they get figured out, what is going to pay for it? How is it going to happen? Similarly, I think there needs to be some ways. One, of course, a breakthrough in how you deal with content. And what kind of movies are made, for instance, or what is made for what used to pass for television entertainment or an OTT. What are the things that, and the story is constant innovation, I think. Constant innovation and disruption is the key. I'd like to think that 15 years down the line, that you can see something to which you can say, wow, this wouldn't have been possible before. You felt that with adolescence. Not only in the way it was shot, the continuous takes, but the subject itself and what it dealt with and how people are seeing themselves and what the world young adolescents are growing up in. This whole incel thing, it's a thing. And how it becomes such an overpowering thing. For many, they didn't know what it was. I didn't know what an incel was. But it was, that it could be so upsetting for people the way they saw themselves, how they see their life, how society is changing, but it reflected what was going on. More of that needs to happen. And more people needs to watch things like that, I think. Are the streaming platforms going to be able to pick those? Are they going to be able to encourage this? I hope they can. Because even the aggregator platforms hopefully won't take an attitude ki acha, humwa sare paise bane to bane, nahi bane. They have to invest in it. And they have to be made to invest in things, I think. Just like public service television, there's an obligation to do stuff to encourage socially responsible content, but even artistic content. I think that's the latent socialist in me coming out and saying, well, the community owes it to the society. The people who run it need to give back, need to do stuff. And that's the one hope that there is. Because if it's only in the capitalist mode of, पैसा बनाएगा तो फिर चलो ठीक है बन पाएगा, that can't be the only thing that is happening.
I see two contrasting things. On the one hand, I hear horror stories from friends about, say, Netflix in India and all the OTTs in India, essentially. The kind of things that they want, the notion within Netflix that is popular is that people should be able to have your show on in the background while doing something else. So a friend told me he got critiqued because a few scenes in what he was making weren't background enough, that you actually had to focus on them. So there are these bizarre concepts going around, but at the same time, in this deeply capitalist age, as it were, which I celebrate because it's all about freedom and different people trying different things and not commissars commissioning films, revision documentaries. In this age, we have adolescence, which I share your, I won't even say admiration. I adore that show. I think it is so incredible. It's like by the middle of the 4th episode, I was just fucking in awe at ye bana hi kaise, banaya kaise. Not just in terms of the theme, but just the craft, the acting, the screenplay, the conceptualization. Every aspect is ridiculous. And I actually think, I keep saying this, we live in the golden age of world cinema. Like every year, my annual vacation is I camp at the Mami Film Festival and watch 5 films a day, and this is just the golden age. We are talking now in a year where a beautiful film, Anora, won at both Cannes and it won the Best Film Oscar. There was a time where winning an Oscar was something that mediocre films did. But if you look at what is happening in world cinema, it's just a golden age out there, and that fills me with hope. The best thing about adolescence wasn't just how bloody good it was or that Netflix commissioned it. It is that people loved it. It is that log chutiya nahi hai. You don't have to, it's not that you only get there with lowest common denominator and saas bhi kabhi bahu thi.
Exactly. But that's what was so encouraging about it. And sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. This is the thing. A lot of Oscar cinema now, and the war that the current administration has declared on it, it's considered art film now. The things that work are where everything's getting blown up, the Avengers, the Transformers, all that kind of stuff. That is the sure shot stuff. That's the executive stuff. Even now, if market research, if they come down to you, and I was trying to explain to people, you think you can put together market research and make a show out of that? Listen to it, take it into account, but then you have to see, how you can transcend it and still make things work and sort of, rewrite it, understand what's going on, what people are watching, not which, but you say, okay, yahan pe peak aaya, yahan pe roya, to har koi mein to rote raho. That can't be the story. That can't be all. That you have to do other things. So I think yes, more stuff can happen provided people go and watch and listen. Enough people do that. But it's not always possible to crack. It never has been. It never has been. But, again, I'm not talking about commissars for culture, but BBC, we talked about the excellent drama. I mean, Peaky Blinders is BBC. They don't get ads. But somebody commissioned it. It wasn't a commissar. Or Attenborough's Planet Earth or whatever it is. They get commissioned in the public interest. You have great comedy coming out of it. It depends on who is working what and doing it in what way. And there are all things for all people. But you figure there has to be minority viewing. When I say minority, I don't mean religious films, but minority interests. that there could be great programs in literature. There could be great programs on, of different kinds. There has to be that breadth of vision to ensure that that keeps happening. If you say each man for himself and let it happen, what I'm saying, Amit, is I don't know if it's going to happen now with the way things are going.
You spoke of market research. This reminds me of this anecdote that I discovered recently about Seinfeld. And Jerry Seinfeld spoke about how in 1989 they made the pilot.
Yeah.
And of course, they showed it to a survey group that how are they going to react. And the first point of feedback that came back was no segment of the audience wants to watch the show again. And the second point of feedback was that Jerry's backup ensemble is very bad. Can you imagine? This is Seinfeld. It's the same ensemble.
Yeah, that's
Can
right.
you imagine?
You have to, you have to use market research, but you have to have insights into, to what extent is it useful, and you have to have, beyond the thing, you have to take the punt beyond that, and some people do.
And some people did. I mean, Seinfeld did appear, and millions of people loved it. But how many Seinfelds never happened in the first place because of this kind of thinking is also an
you
open
have
question.
exceptional things happening. Even in Indian OTT, some programs have been exceptional. Scam 92. Samir at Applause took that punt. Sony took that punt. Danish Khan took that punt. Our friend Indranil, who saw it through, he was our chief executive. He had joined Studio Next. They saw it through. And that whole story of Harshad Mehta, I understand nothing of the stock exchange. But the way it was put together and mounted, I think it was exceptional. It was one of the most exceptional OTT things that have happened. And people watched. And that sort of, so for Sony Live, it was a huge sort of, impactful show that they did on that. There needs to be lots more of that, and that needs to happen. And people can still connect. And, but that was tragedy also, It was like a Shakespearean tragedy, because how one guy gamed the system. It wasn't the same with the second one. And I don't know what they're going to do with the third one, which is Subrata Roy. But hey, those kind of things can happen. I loved something that Zoya and Rima and people put together, and not that many people have watched it. It's called Dahad. Do you know Dahad?
I've heard of it. I've heard it's very good.
Set in rural Rajasthan, and it is it brings alive those issues, and it's about a serial killer, but in the most amazing way. It's a very well made show. But then the same team goes and does Archie's. So, I mean, you don't know, It's not to do with the team. It's to do with what the content you do and how. And that Vijay Varma and Sonakshi are exceptional in that. Just as Pratik was fantastic in Scam 92. But how much of that are you going to do? And there are other good things happening. I mean, it's too many to name now. But the people making the decisions have to make those decisions. Everything can't be a success. But they have to, make them in a well-intentioned way and take those kind of decisions instead of saying, nahi, background, zyada nahi, distracting hona chahiye, ye nahi hona chahiye, wo nahi hona chahiye. Those things have to happen.
So let's move away from the depressing state of the industry and back to the personal, which is... So first of all, I want to ask you, boss, and I'm saying this with deep envy, how the freaking hell do you have so much energy? Like, all day you've just been flowing with energy and passion for what you do, and etc., etc. And, so many people in your place would happily retire, sit with the birds and the trees and just be in that state of mind. But you are still an entrepreneur again. You are, trying new things. So what drives you today? What excites you? What's...
Throughout, I've tried to make my work a coalescence of things that I'm interested in, even if it's not my own thing. Quizzing was never my domain, but I try to do it in as interesting way as possible. I try to do justice to it. And I try to get the team excited about it, and we try to push the boundaries. In many cases it worked, in some cases not as well as it should have. That is something that excites me till now, but I really would like to take it easy and walk into the sunset, but I'm not being able to. At one stage, it was a obligation to the team. Now we've sort of downsized massively. But there are still people who are asking me to, do things. And if I think I can bring value to them, up to a point, I'm doing it. I'm a creative consultant on the Gandhi project of Ram Guha's books, which are being made into film with Hansal directing, Pratik as Gandhi, with Samir. It's a wonderful project, and I've enjoyed being part of it. That interests me. Baniji Endamal, we mentioned. They've asked me to they've roped me in as a consultant on to try and spin off a whole lot of sort of, things in the game interactivity shows. Not as a producer. I'm not interested as a producer any longer. And I'm definitely not doing for a quick buck. But hey, if I can make good things happen, help to make it happen, if Anita can be part of it and the other people and the young Rishabs of the world and, his compatriots can listen into it, I'm happy to do it. So I've taken that approach to whatever is happening. Energy wise, hey man, actually I'm in one sense I love to goof off, and do nothing. But yes, if something excites me, I throw myself into it and I try and enjoy it as much as possible. Importantly, try to get people as part of it, and people who are going to be watching or being part of it in a more indirect way also excited about it. That's what keeps me going.
And that's fantastic. I've taken a lot of your time today, and hopefully this is not our last conversation here. But I'll leave it with one final question, which is routine for on the show, which is for me and my guests. Recommend any kind of art at all, books, films, music, which you absolutely love, which has meant so much to you in your life that you want to share it with the world.
I don't have a quick answer to that, frankly.
Take your time. Take your time.
Trying to think what it is. We mentioned some of the shows in that area, and some of the kind of movies. My friend Shujit, who used to work with me at one stage, has made some very interesting films in a very interesting way, including one which sadly could never get released. It was called Shoe Bite.
Oh my God.
With Amitabh Bachchan.
Why didn't it get released?
It got into a bit of a tangle over rights, over stories. Manoj Knight Shyamalan had written a one-page story, and he told Ronnie, yeah, you can go ahead and made it. And somebody, Shailendra at Percept made it, or whatever it is. Finally, Fox had said, no, you can't make it. So it got stuck. But really a remarkable film with a remarkable premise. Films that like that need to be seen by people. That's one film.
And Shujit was one of your proteges, and from what I have heard, one of many, many, many people whose journeys you kickstarted.
Which they did it on their own steam because of their own talent. But hey, if they got something out of that, wonderful. There's a young lad who worked with us, who was from a Hindi medium background. He's been running a daily column on Delhi called The Dilliwala. His name is Mayank Austin Sufi. In the Hindustan Times, he runs a column. He's been running for 5, 6 or more years.
He's been doing the Dilliwala thing, I think, on his blog for some 25 years.
He began awesome. As a blog. He used to be one of our researchers.
Yeah.
Learned to say things crisply, cleanly over there, but went on. But he's now a flaneur. Somebody just walks around, picks up stuff, does stuff, writes about the little people, a changing one. A chronicler of our times, which is exceptional. I would urge people to read his stuff and watch his column. He's been invited by Venice to set up something similar there in Australia. The right. He remains what he is, a simple guy with a tangled mess of hair. Every night he goes to the shrine of Nizamuddin, and in the same place, every night, come rain, come high water, and he does this kind of stuff. But his column and his things and his chronicling of a time that is passing, a lot of that in Purana Delhi, is just something amazing, that I would urge people beautiful. To see. And I think in terms of books, I enjoy the novels of Amitabh Ghosh. Flood of Fire, the last one, Shadow Lines, which I think is absolutely outstanding. Salman Rushdie's novels, I think The God of Small Things, I think Arundhati's first novel, I think is just exceptional, which I would recommend to everybody. Trotanama, because of its magnificent canvas and play with words and thoughts, is exceptional. The works of William Dalrymple. I'm just calling out things as I'm sort of, going through them and thinking like that. What else? I don't know. In terms of music, the music of Shillong Chamber Choir, which I spoke about a little probably before we started recording, they're doing such interesting work in terms of, melding harmonies with Indian melodies and putting it together in a new kind of way. And I love interesting fusion music and music. Whether it's traditional, whether it's popular, it's whatever it is. I used to watch on reels, as to not the program itself. I used to watch Indian Idol, and some of the talent was so exceptional that it's heartening. There was a young lad called Shubhajit, the girl who won, her name escapes, and another girl called Sneha who sang ghazals but in a different way. They were such exceptional talents. My God, people should listen to them, and more like that. And hey, maybe more like that should come up. So I'm just sort of uploading everything that's coming out of mind through free association. But I don't know if I can say something more than that. And rediscover the classics. T.S. Eliot, Wasteland, James Joyce, Shakespeare, for what he's done with his language and, the amount of words that he brought into the language, but the way he dealt with themes and how he did with it. Movies like what Vishal did with Onkara, with Maqbool, even with Heather, which is the closest kind of, he came closest to dealing with what Shakespeare did in Heather, and what was happening in Kashmir was magnificent. I think it was outstanding. And I think there again, the classics, I think it means something. Some of the novels we spoke about, the great Dickens, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, The Tale of Two Cities, or any of his great works. And he was a serial writer, it was like a television. Every chapter had to end on a hang and take you to the next. That was the original serial sort of, thinking that came into it. And then they were made into those, but what they achieved at the end of it, and they will stand the test of time, I believe. The classics will stand, Henry James, you name it. I think to rediscover the classics in a new way, I think it's fantastic. I like that kind of television show and movies too, in the sense of which deal with the classics but sort of reinvent them in a different way. More power to them.
The timeless stuff is timeless for a reason.
Yes.
Siddharth, thank you so much. You've been so kind to spend so much time with me today. I had an amazing time.
But thank you for being patient enough to listen to me through, and for all the people who are listening. Hey, even if I rambled,
you absolutely did not ramble. There are so many gems in there, and every moment was so stimulating for me. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Amit.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, forward it to anyone you think might be interested. If you know anyone who quizzes, trust me, they'll be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Siddharth on most social media platforms at the handle Babu Basu. That applies to Twitter and Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.